We all believe we'd run into the burning building. But until we feel that heat, we can never know. You do. You chose to die instead of giving up your colleagues. That test you passed? Not everybody does. Welcome to the afterlife.
To do what I do, I need some idea of the threat we face.
As I understand it, we're trying to prevent World War III.
Nuclear holocaust.
No. Something worse.
All I have for you is a word. Tenet. It'll open the right doors, some of the wrong ones too.
You have to start looking at the world in a new way.
Don't try to understand it. Feel it.
What'll happen here?
Hasn't happened yet.
Good morning. Our administration believes that there are loopholes that could allow the cloning of human beings if the technology were developed. Therefore, today I am issuing a directive that bans the use of any federal funds for any cloning of human beings. Effective immediately, no federal agency may support, fund, or undertake such activity. Of course, a great deal of research and activity in this area is supported by private funds. That is why I am urging the entire scientific and medical community, every foundation, every university, every industry that supports work in this area, to heed the federal government's example. I'm asking for a voluntary moratorium on the cloning of human beings until our Bioethics Advisory Commission and our entire nation have had a real chance to understand and debate the profound ethical implications of the latest advances. As we gain a fuller understanding of this technology, we must proceed not just with caution, but also with a conscience. By insisting that not a single taxpayer dollar supports human cloning, and by urging a moratorium on all private research in this area, we can ensure that as we move forward on this issue, we weigh the concerns of faith and family and philosophy and values, not merely of science alone. Thank you very much.
Here he comes.
Careful.
All clear. That's it.
Heart rate stable. If we don't use human DNA now, someone else will.
Regulators and politicians, they tear us to pieces. We're gonna go to jail for this.
Human cloning is illegal. This won't be human. Not entirely. It's coming out.
It's not due for months.
It's slippery.
What was that?
A mistake.
It's empty. Clive? 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 It's alive. Don't you get out.
Get out of there. I'm gonna gas.
Wait.
In 3, 2, 1.
I said don't.
Elsa! It's dangerous!
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Nobody can see what we made.
It's aging fast. Days within a matter of minutes.
What are we supposed to do? Lock her away from the world? We changed the rules. Crossed the line.
That's the worst that could happen.
Keeping America competitive requires affordable energy. And here we have a serious problem. America is addicted to oil, which is often imported from unstable parts of the world. The best way to break this addiction is through technology. Since 2001, we have spent nearly $10 billion to develop cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable alternative energy sources. And we are on the threshold of incredible advances. So tonight I announce the Advanced Energy Initiative, a 22% increase in clean energy research at the Department of Energy to push for breakthroughs in 2 vital areas. To change how we power our homes and offices, we will invest more in zero-emission coal-fired plants, revolutionary solar and wind technologies, and clean, safe nuclear energy. We must also change how we power our automobiles. We will increase our research in better batteries for hybrid and electric cars and in pollution-free cars that run on hydrogen. I have authorized a terrorist surveillance program to aggressively pursue the international communications of suspected al-Qaeda operatives and affiliates to and from America. Previous presidents have used the same constitutional authority I have, and federal courts have approved the use of that authority. Appropriate members of Congress have been kept informed. The terrorist surveillance program has helped prevent terrorist attacks. It remains essential to the security of America. If there are people inside our country who are talking with al-Qaeda, we want to know about it because we will not sit back and wait to be hit again. A hopeful society has institutions of science and medicine that do not cut ethical corners and that recognize the matchless value of every life. Tonight, I ask you to pass legislation to prohibit the most egregious abuses of medical research, human cloning in all its forms, creating or implanting embryos for experiments, creating human-animal hybrids, and buying, selling, or patenting human embryos. Human life is a gift from our Creator, and that gift should never be discarded, devalued, or put up for sale.
Once upon a time, bad people ruled the earth. They were greedy and self-destructive. So nature made everyone sick.
Excuse me? Are you a doctor?
And then a miracle happened. They called them hybrids. Your kind. Is it your job to live a full life. But some bad people are still out there, Gus. If I hear a voice,
I will run.
if I see a human,
I will hide.
We have reason to believe that you are harboring an animal child.
It's me, you little freak.
Thank you. Where's Colorado?
What's in Colorado?
I heard there's a safe place for kids like me.
If you go out there alone, they'll have your head by morning.
I'm not alone. I got you.
Guys like me aren't good for kids like you.
How do you know? Most people hate kids like me.
Rusty. The last men have made it their mission to eliminate hybrids. But we've made it ours to protect them.
This new world is all about survival, no matter the cost.
What are you doing with him?
I did what I had to survive.
If there's anyone out there like me, I need to find them.
That little dude's got hope coming out of every pore.
But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world.
The human race is inquisitive by nature. Mysteries excite all of us. But there are very few mysteries that have the power to captivate and terrify us at the same time. The Bermuda Triangle is that kind of mystery. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. I'm here to talk to you about one of the most terrifyingly fascinating places on our planet, a place that has stumped us for decades. It's been called a lot of things: the Devil's Triangle, the Hoodoo Sea, the Limbo of the Lost. It has been subjected to many paranormal theories. Some say it's a gateway to the underworld. Others say it's a wormhole to another dimension. A lot of credit for these bizarre theories goes to Hollywood. Movies that have made the place rather fancy and only added to its mystery. Movies like Secrets of the Bermuda Triangle, Lost in the Bermuda Triangle, Beyond the Bermuda Triangle, Satan's Triangle, The Triangle, Triangle. I could go on about these movies based on this triangle. But the question here is, why are we discussing it now? Because on the 28th of December 2020, a boat with 20 people on board left Bimini in the Bahamas. It was supposed to arrive in Lake Worth, Florida on the 29th, but something went wrong. The boat traveled around the area that encompasses the topic of our story, and it went missing. We are in 2021 now. The boat has not returned. The US Coast Guard searched at least 17,000 square miles. It has now suspended the search. Our thoughts go out to the families of the missing people. This incident has once again put the spotlight on the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. What's up with this place? Where exactly is it? And who exactly do we blame for these disappearances? Sea monsters, aliens, an ancient curse, or an Illuminati conspiracy? Let's try to demystify this mystery. And do me a favor now, draw up a map. Trace a line connecting the island of Bermuda, Florida, Puerto Rico, and back to Bermuda. What do you get? A mysterious triangle with an area close to 500,000 square miles. This is the Bermuda Triangle. It is believed that radios stop working here, compasses spin like crazy, electronics start wigging out. Some say they've spotted UFOs. This sinister polygon has swallowed 75 aircraft, more than 100 ships, and close to 1,000 humans. In fact, the numbers depend on who you ask, because the history of the Bermuda Triangle is rather long, all the way back to the 15th century. On his first voyage, Italian explorer and America's first illegal immigrant, Christopher Columbus, traveled across the region and reported that a great flame crashed into the sea and that a strange light appeared a while later. It could have been anything, a meteor perhaps, nobody knows. Then in 1611, the famous playwright William Shakespeare, the man who did not believe in happily ever after, based his play The Tempest on a Bermuda shipwreck. This further enhanced the area's aura of great mystery. But it wasn't until the 20th century when the Bermuda Triangle really captured the public's attention. In 1918, a 542-foot-long US Navy ship called the USS Cyclops sank between Barbados and Chesapeake Bay. The ship was carrying more than 300 people. They vanished into thin air. More mysterious vanishings followed. In 1945, 5 American torpedo bombers and a plane that was sent to find them vanished without a trace. Then in 1964, American author Vincent Gaddis, no, he did not disappear, he officially coined the term of this enigma. He outlined several mysteries of the triangle in a pulp magazine article called The Deadly Bermuda Triangle. Coming back to the disappearances, besides the boat disappearance from December 2020, the most recent tragedy was in the year 2015 when the cargo ship SS El Faro disappeared in the region. It was traveling from Florida to Puerto Rico. It disappeared from the radars on the 1st of October 2015 and it was found on the 31st of October, wrecked 15,000 feet below at the bottom of the Atlantic. Mysterious? Certainly. Terrifying, yes. Paranormal, not really. Most scientists have attributed these disappearances to severe weather changes, shallow waters, water spouts, and human blunders. But the most commonly accepted theory was presented by a team of scientists from the University of Colorado in 2016. They analyzed satellite images of this infamous area and noticed a series of hexagonal clouds, which they said might act like air bombs. These air bombs are believed to cause deadly blasts of air which can exceed 170 miles per hour. You can call them hurricane force winds. They can really blow up the air. They can also trigger sea waves as high as 45 feet in the air. Most ships fail to survive such a storm. Most aircraft fail to survive such winds. According to scientists, clouds do not really form straight edges. But the Bermuda Triangle is an exception, an unexplained anomaly. And it's not alone. There are at least 11 other places like the Bermuda Triangle across the world. 11 other vile vortices. What are they? In very simple words, vile vortices are strange regions on the earth where strange things occur, or used to occur once upon a time. A lot of credit for identifying these regions goes to Ivan T. Sanderson, a traveler who was a huge fan of the paranormal back in the 1960s. He coined the term vile vortices to record the strangest experiences during his travels. He mapped at least 12 vile vortices spread all over the world. 6 of them lie almost perfectly in line above the equator, and so do the 6 vile vortices below it. First on this list are Algerian megaliths in the Sahara Desert. These are burial grounds and an architectural anomaly made by the Qing Empire in 15,000 BC. Second on the list is Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan, an advanced ancient society that dates back to the Indus Valley civilization. Third, the Dragon's Triangle, also known as the Devil's Sea near the coast of Japan. It lies above an underwater city popularly known as Japan's Atlantis. The fourth vile vortex, the Hamakula volcano, located in the Ring of Fire in Hawaii. Fifth, Easter Island in Polynesia, one of the most isolated places on the planet. This is where you can find 900 Moai statues created by the Rapa Nui people. Sixth, The South Atlantic anomaly, a rather dangerous zone where the Earth's magnetic field is the weakest. 7th, the Great Zimbabwe, an ancient city in southeast Zimbabwe. 8th, the Wharton Basin on the western coast of Australia. 9th, the Loyalty Islands on the eastern coast of Australia. The 10th and 11th wild vortices are the North and South Poles. And lastly, the 12th, and the most infamous of them all, the Bermuda Triangle. Much of what happens at the Bermuda Triangle and all these places I just mentioned can be logically and scientifically explained. But then again, most of us like to romanticize things. Rational explanations are just so boring. So accept my sincere apologies, for I may have disappointed you.
Gravitas Plus, co-presented by Skoda. Simply clever.
The polar vortex is a circulation of winds high up in the stratosphere. We're looking up to 30 miles above the Earth's surface. It's always present in winter, and it is not a new phenomenon. Scientists have known about the polar vortex for many, many years. It can strengthen and it can weaken. Typically, it has winds contained within it over 150 miles an hour, as strong as some of the most powerful hurricanes on the Earth's surface. However, the polar vortex can weaken, and when this happens, it can break down and distort. And when this happens, well, it can potentially affect the weather at the surface across the UK. A weaker polar vortex can lead to a weakening of the jet stream. The jet stream is a fast-moving ribbon of air. It's high up, but it's nowhere near as high as the polar vortex. We're looking now at 6 or 7 miles above the Earth's surface. It's the jet stream that drives low-pressure systems off the Atlantic, usually bringing spells of wet and windy weather. In a typical winter, the jet stream is quite strong, and when that happens, it frequently drives in warm, wet winds from the Atlantic. However, when the jet stream weakens, that allows more chance for east or northeasterly winds to bring colder air from the
He just said, that's my childhood, and I was like, I was much
No, well, that's 98. 98, the last dance, you was rolling.
That's what that's cold.
98. She was a thought 98 back off.
I was. Listen, I gave Jordan my life, and that is the exact advice I gave. And a young step at D. Wright's 25th birthday party. It all got out. I'm so done. You guys, the likelihood of this working out is very low, and you should just break up now and have sex with other people. I mean, a little bit more adorable. But is that not what I told y'all though? You looked at me and said, how old are you? Okay. Precisely, because I was a thought.
I apologize on behalf of the way. Yeah, we are not, that's not who we are anymore.
I still might get this thing. Listen, you guys are unicorns. Like literally, there are very, very few people that I've met who have been consistent. I've known you guys well over a decade, and there's a lot of people who talk about faith, and there's a lot of people who talk about moving the culture forward, but something isn't real somewhere, right? And when people are like, are they really? Are they real? And I'm like, yes. They're some of the only people that I've met who've been consistent. From the first time I saw them to every time I speak to you guys, and whether that's me and Aisha texting each other, like just encouragement, randomly, like, girl, keep your head up, you got this, and she, returns the favor. You guys have been consistent, and I wish more people understood that it is possible to be people of faith and also wanting to move the culture forward. Those two things don't have to exist separately. And you guys do a beautiful job of being exactly who you claim to be. And
thank you.
Cheers.
Appreciate that, yeah.
Cheers. Look at my empty glass.
Today is the 21st of July 2021, and we're still on the prelude to The Shape of a World, which we have said is not going to be available for everybody, and it's going to be only for people who are worthy, people who have heed to all instructions regarding the fact that they were not supposed to act like a high priest or reproduce any copy of a work or share it with people outside of their homes. Only those people will get an invitation to get The Shape of a World, because we have been dealing with a lot of ignorant, stupid folk. And as we've said, if there is anybody who's ignorant, has no common sense, the totality of that means that that person is a wicked person and a child of Satan. Now, a lot of people would have watched all the clips that we have shared so far on this particular prelude to The Shape of a World, and they would be itching for us to explain what they were listening to or what they watched. And on this particular prelude of The Shape of a World, we did put up a significant note before we started showing those video clips, saying that everything about the video clip that they are watching is not what it's actually saying, that it's spoken in which language, that them trying to understand it would only make the spell of Satan to be put over them. Because whatever you heard throughout all those clips are not exactly what they are trying to say, or what you might think that you might understand from listening to it. It's got nothing to do with that. And until you get immersed into the concealed mystery of this world, you'll never really understand it. And by the way, just to let you know, there are no mysteries or secrets in this world. All you have are lies. That's just what you have to understand. There is no secret in this world. There is no mystery in this world. All are lies. You only have to understand the truth to be able to know when you hear a lie. But a lot of people are not interested in that. So for those who are always on the channel watching, because we have a lot of people watching our videos, and they do not make a step to understand the truth, and they want us to explain what they watched in all the video clips that we showed. Example for this one playing right here. The summation of this is this: if you are not going after the truth, you're making excuses for it in whatever area that you want to make excuses for it. Some people say they are poor, they are broke, whatever excuse you dream up of. I want you to understand that the video clips that you watched, which you want us to explain what you are watching, the summation of this is this: you are all going to the lake of fire for not going after the truth. And you will not even know why. Because a lot of people come up on the channel and expect that we should tell them the whole truth and lay out things verbally for them to understand. The truth is not for everyone. We've always said this on the channel. Truth is not for everybody. This is the truth. Do you know why? Let's start explaining right now, okay? All the video clips that we just played, a lot of people will watch it. Everything that we've said on our channel, from any video that you've watched, a lot of people will watch it and listen. All the books that we have, even though we have only one book at this particular point in time, and the Bible, which is coming up after The Shape of a World, will be available for a very selected few, because it's not going to be for everybody. And we'll explain that as we get along into The Shape of a World. A lot of people will have that Bible. A lot of people will have listened to all our videos. A lot of people would have every material that we offer, which is the truth. But they will still go to the lake of fire. Do you know why that is? Because just like these celebrities that you're watching right here on the screen, all right, who are paid to deceive us, paid to tell us lies, pay to tell us that everything is okay and everything is fine, a lot of people will have access to the truth like they're listening to on this channel and access to all the materials and still go to the lake of fire. Why is that the case? Because the truth is not made for everybody, and here is how you have to understand it. The only people who can hear the truth and understand it when they hear it is the remnant. That is the summation of everything else. Now, someone's going to ask the question at this point in time, why are we then on YouTube? Why are we sharing this information with everybody as per se we make people to get the book and have some of our materials which is only exclusive? It's private viewing. It's not for the public. Why are we on YouTube trying to get people to understand the truth? Because before a judgment is carried out on the population, there must be evidence that they had an opportunity and that they heard the truth but denied it. That is why we are on YouTube. We shouldn't be on YouTube in any way, shape, or form, sharing this information or trying to get people to get to the truth. Because at the end of the day, only the remnant can understand the truth and do it as we have explained on the Legends of Roll Call. So why we are on YouTube is for evidence, so that when that wicked person ends up in the lake of fire, they will know that they are without a shadow of a doubt that they are wicked. Because at the end of the day, only the remnant can understand the truth. So if you understand the truth, it means that you have remnant blood, remnant lineage, remnant genetics. And this is what the Creator always said. A lot of people would have heard this story before, in which the Creator spoke to the remnant public in parables. You've probably read about it in the Bible before, in which he would talk to the remnant population in parables, in allegories, not telling them the truth directly, but telling them stories. Why did he do so? If you remember also, the so-called disciples who are not disciples, who were high priests, asked the Creator, why do you speak to the population in parables? And the Creator said to the disciples, because it is not meant for them to understand the secrets of heaven and earth, but it is meant for you, the disciples, being the high priest, to understand. So that's why I speak to you in no parables, but we speak to the public in parables and stories, which they will not understand. Why is that the case? The truth is not meant for everybody. So anybody coming up here to our channel with the Christian mindset and saying that the truth ought to be free, or that we ought to tell them the whole truth, even if we did so, they will still not understand it. Why? Because the truth and the commandments is only meant to be understood by the remnant. Nobody else will be able to. So even if we spend the whole entire day explaining everything for the people who are on this channel watching, they will still watch it and still go to the lake of fire. Why? Because they are children of Satan. They will have no understanding. They will not hear it. Now let's go into the scriptures to show you this more, so you people understand when anybody comes up to the channel and says, oh, we did not explain everything, or we expect them to pay money to get the materials to understand something. And even then, as we've said, a lot of people will still have our materials and still go to the lake of fire. Because only the remnant can understand the truth. If you are not one, as much as you like it and love it and pursue it, you will not understand it and you will still go to the lake of fire. Let's read before we continue. So we're going to be reading from Matthew chapter number 13 to explain to you that the truth is not for everybody. Just because truth is available doesn't mean that everybody is going to understand it. The only people who understand and keep the truth are the remnant. So when you spend your time, okay, doing good and telling the truth to bastards and vagabonds and everybody that you want to, as we're doing on YouTube, you're totally wasting your time because they still won't get it. That is the honest truth about this. And we're going to show you a perfect example of this. Because we have gotten into the idea that we are supposed to tell the truth to everyone who needs to hear it. No, the scriptures never said so. And people have gone into the habit of preaching the truth. The Creator never asked anybody to do that. Only the high priests were the only people who were supposed to teach. And we're going to show you a very perfect example of that in this particular video on the Prelude to the Shape of a World. Because what happens is this: if everybody is preaching the truth, if everybody is preaching who's not a high priest, they are going to give you wrong information. That is why wrong information has been passed all around the world till today, because everybody thinks that they are high priests. And remember, we did show you on the Legends of Roll Call that it was an abomination to act like a high priest, which most people do by preaching. The only thing the remnant were supposed to do if they were not a high priest to one another was to tell themselves to keep the commandments. That's all. That is all the preaching you need. That is what is in scripture. You will always see this theme throughout the whole entire scriptures in the Old Testament. When people would say, let us keep the commandments. That is all the preaching you need. But today you have people trying to teach when they have no idea about what they're saying. They think they do, but they do not. So we're reading here in Matthew chapter number 13 to show you that the truth is not meant for everyone. Not everybody will understand the truth, no matter what you say. They will not understand it because only the remnants can understand the truth, understand the commandments. It's been given to them to understand it. That is why the Creator said, what? My flock hear my voice and they follow after me. If you're not a remnant, you will not hear. You think you're hearing, but you are not hearing in truth. And we're going to show you this with an example. So in Matthew chapter number 13 that we're going to read here, it's been corrupted. This whole entire scriptures has been corrupted in Matthew chapter number 13. First of all, in Matthew chapter number 13 in verse 1, and we're reading from the Geneva Bible, it says that the same day the Creator went out of the house and sat by the sea. This is a corruption. The Creator was a chief high priest. The chief high priest only met with the remnant in the temple. He did not meet them anywhere else. When you read such stories that the Creator met with people in the desert and fed the population from maybe 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes, or that he caused miracles for them to be fed and they were brought around 12 baskets of food or whatever. That is all a lie. It never happened. So whenever you read any stories in the New Testament that says that the Creator met with the remnant, maybe on a mountaintop, by the seaside, anywhere outside of the temple, it was all fabricated into scripture. It never happened. As we explained on the Legends of Roll Call, the high priest or chief high priest was to meet with the remnant once a year at the temple to read to them the commandments. That is the meaning of preaching. So if you're anybody who is trying to teach someone, you're always going to teach them wrongly, because it is an abomination, which the penalty is death, and also eternal punishment in the lake of fire, to teach if you are not a high priest. People do not understand this. The truth is sacred. There is an order to how the truth is propagated by the Creator. It is only through the high priest. So if you go around trying to preach to anybody or trying to teach anybody anything, you're always going to teach them wrongly, because you're not a high priest. You do not have the information. You do not have the knowledge. You do not have the intelligence. The only thing you're supposed to do, if you want to tell anybody anything, is keep the commandments. That's it. Anything else, you are guilty of trying to be a high priest, which all pastors and everybody else does in this world, by saying that they have the holy demon, which is called the Holy Spirit, that they can preach and teach. No. There is an order to the way of doing things. So getting back to the story now of Matthew chapter number 13, which we're looking at to try to show you that the truth is not for everybody. So the Creator here is narrating a story, meeting with the remnant at the temple. But this particular scripture was written wrongly, because it starts saying the same day went the Creator out of the house, which means the temple, and sat by the seaside. This would never happen. This would be a contradiction of the commandments and laws which he had passed on to the remnant. They were to meet with the chief high priest only once a year at the temple. Any other meeting outside any other place was illegal. If the chief high priest went out of the temple and went anywhere else, he was doing private business. That is the truth. So continuing on right here, it says here, and great multitudes resorted unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat down. The whole multitude stood on the shore. This is also false, because as we've explained, this meeting took place at the temple. Now, why would the so-called scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, and the Romans, together with the learned elders of Zion, agree to put this purported scriptures of lies into it and write so many things into it? Because they wanted to make people to feel that the presence of the Creator can be anywhere. The manifested presence, because there's two different things. The manifested presence of the Creator only happens through a high priest. And according to the commandments, this was only to happen at the temple, where he would meet with the remnant once a year. So by them saying that the Creator went out of the temple here and went to somewhere else, they were trying to make people believe that a temple can be moved anywhere, such as we have now churches all around the world and places called temples, which say they are worshiping the Creator, but they are actually houses of Satan. That is why they did all this. So all this was constructed so that people would not know the truth and wickedness would increase in the earth. So, continuing on here, it says, then he spake many things to them in parables, saying, behold, a sower went forth to sow. Okay? There's a lot of errors in this story. Wherever we find those errors right here, as we read, we'll let you understand that. It says, and as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. This never existed in the original scriptures. In the original scriptures, it actually says that a farmer went to sow seed on good ground. And after sowing this seed, which was actually corn, all right, in this particular example of Matthew chapter number 13, a wind came and picked up some of the seed and poured some of them on rocks or stony ground and poured some of them in among thorns and thistles. Let's continue reading. It says, and when the sun was up, they were parched and for lack of rooting withered away. Now, this is also wrong. The particular explanation for this particular scripture wasn't that the sun parched the earth. It was that when this corn that the wind took and put on stony ground or rocks, when this corn tried to grow, they had no roots because plants have difficulty growing on rocks. And because of this, they fall, they die because they can't get any moisture from the rock or water. So continue reading, it says here, and some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them, and some fell in good ground and brought forth fruit. So one corn, so you can see right here that he was talking about corn. One corn and 100-fold, some 60-fold, and another 30-fold. This wasn't there. All right? This was also imputed. Then it says, he that had ears to hear, let him hear. Then the high priests, okay? This word disciples here means high priests, came and said to the Creator, why do you speak to the public, the remnant, all right, in parables, in stories, instead of telling them the truth directly, as a lot of people will wish that we will tell them the truth directly here? And the Creator said this to them, and he answered and said unto them, because it is given unto you to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. So only the high priest could understand what the Creator says. And they could now relate, if they wanted to relate the truth to the public. So there is an order of how the truth goes. It goes from the Creator to the high priest to the public. So when someone is trying to circumvent that fact and act like a high priest, they are only going to tell you lies. This is the reason why the truth has not been known in this world and will still never be known. Because if you do not hear the truth from a high priest, all you're hearing is lies. And anybody trying to tell you the truth in any way, shape, or form, who is not a high priest, will end up telling you a lie. So if we continue reading in Matthew chapter number 13, we're just going to scroll down because we're not going to read everything in here. The story continues to say that the high priest asked the Creator why he did not just tell the remnant public the whole truth at once. And he explained that it's not given unto them to understand, okay, the whole truth, but only the high priest will understand the truth. Now, if we read further in this particular passage, it says here in verse 13, continuing with the story, it says, therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing do not see. Goodness gracious. Do you understand that? It says they seeing do not see. Now, why would the Creator say so? Because just because somebody says that they like the truth and love the truth, they really cannot understand the truth except they are a remnant. So the story now of the corn, let's explain that a little bit further so people can understand before we go into reading this further down. Okay? The Creator said that the story of the sower is that he went into good ground. This is the correct story, not the version that you're going to be seeing right here in Matthew chapter 13, which we already explained. That the sower sowed some corn. He went into a field and sowed some corn. And then some of the corn now fell on stony ground and some fell among thorns. Now, in that narration, they forgot to tell you, because they took a lot of these things out of the scripture, that a wind came and blew some corn out of the good ground and took some of them to a stony ground and some of them to thorns. And because they were not on good ground, they could not grow. So what does that mean? Here's where you have to understand this. The Creator sows seed. What is the seed? The seed is the commandments, the truth. He sows it on good ground. Okay? Good ground means the remnant. I want you to pay attention now. Good ground then means the remnant. A wind came and took some of the seed from the remnant ground, okay, and put it on stony ground or rocky ground or ground that was filled with a lot of thorns. That stuff could not grow. And the seed, the commandment, died. What does that mean? The remnants were the only people who could understand the commandments. They would hear it, understand, do it, and keep it. But a wind came and took the commandments and put it on stony ground or on rocky ground. What does it mean? Today, Christianity, representation of the wind, took the commandments and spread it all around the world, away from the remnant. And today, everybody thinks that they understand that they are doing the commandments of the Creator by doing good. But they do not understand it, because the commandments never said you should do good. It said you shall not do wickedness to your human beings. So the commandments did not prosper because the people who now heard the commandments were not the remnants, the good ground. They were the stony ground, the Gentile nations, the wicked nations, the kings of this world. The thorns and the thistles there means the kings, which we're going to explain further down. So that is why the commandment did not prosper. It died. So the truth is not for everybody. Only the remnants can understand the truth, hear it, and do it. Let's continue reading here so you understand that a little bit further now. It says here in verse 13, "Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing do not see." So was the Creator referring to everybody? Remember, on the former Prelude of Legends of Roll Call, we showed you that when the remnants came out of Egypt during the Exodus, a lot of people who were not the remnants came outside with them also. And these people who were not the remnants corrupted the remnant. They became part of the remnant, but they were not the remnant. They spoke the language of the remnant. They dressed like them. They knew who the Creator was, but they themselves practiced wickedness. And they till today have been the bane of the remnant, who have become the kings of the remnant in the learned elders of Zion, but follow after Satan. So this is why the truth is not for everybody. Because even though a lot of people claim and love the truth, they say they like it, they go after it. Like a lot of people on our channel will get the books and the DVDs, But they are not getting the books and the DVDs because they love the truth. This is what you have to understand. They are getting it so they can get some information and start acting like high priests to preach to others. To them, they think that they love the truth. But their wicked nature shows up because they do not keep the instructions which they heard or say on all the materials that is not for reproduction, it's for private viewing. That you should not act like a high priest. If you want to tell anybody anything about the Creator, only tell them to do the commandments, because the truth is not for everybody. And if you're not a high priest and you try to preach to someone, you're only going to end up telling them lies because you're not a high priest. And we've already explained that anybody preaching and acting like a high priest is going to the lake of fire, because it is an abomination. It was a commandment in the scriptures, in the 10 commandments, which we have not shown you that part, which says that you shall not act like a high priest. And somebody will be wondering, which commandment is that now? But as we've said, until you get into the concealed mystery and go after the truth and stop making excuses for it and saying that you're poor and broke, you will never understand the truth and you are going to the lake of fire. Continue reading here as we've explained why the Creator said this. He says, therefore I speak to them in parables, because they seeing do not see, and hearing they hear not, neither understand. So in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which prophecy said, by hearing you shall hear and shall not understand, and seeing you shall see and shall not perceive. Why? For these people's mind is wax fat, and their ears are dull of hearing, and with their eyes they have winked, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and should understand with their hearts, and should return, that I might heal them. What is it saying? Not everybody who hears the truth will do it. Why? Because they are not a remnant. They are children of Satan. They are the stony ground. They are the ground of thorns and thistles. And let's explain that further down so we give you perfect understanding of this particular chapter in Matthew chapter number 13. So the remnant are the only people who can understand the commandments. So even though we're on YouTube here spreading information, trying to get people to know the truth, the idea is really not for people to get the truth, because the truth is not for everybody. The idea of us being on YouTube is for you to have evidence, for the wicked of the earth to have evidence that they heard the truth and they deny it. But the remnant will hear the truth, because when we start broadcasting to them in their language, they will now understand he's talking about them, and they will have perfect understanding. Not everybody understands the truth. They think they do, but they really don't. We'll show you that with an example here. So reading here, continuing, it says in Matthew chapter number 13, we're reading from the Geneva Bible, and we're reading from verse number 19. It says, whensoever any man hears the word of that kingdom, that means hears the commandments, hears the truth, hears about the truth of the Creator, hears about heaven, and understands it not. I want you to pay attention. So the key for you to know that the truth is not for everybody is understanding. A lot of people hear everything that we've said, but they do not understand it. They can't piece it together. Why? Because they are children of Satan. They are not the remnant. They are not the good soil. So continue reading, it says, whensoever any man hear the word of that kingdom and understands it not, the evil one cometh. Who is the evil one? Satan. And taketh away that which was in his mind, what he heard, the commandments, the truth, And this is he which had received the seed by the wayside, talking about the truth, the commandments. He goes on to say, and he that receiveth seed in the stony ground is he which heareth the word, and incontinently with joy receives it. So there are a lot of people who hear the truth as we speak, and they get so excited about it. Okay? They say, we want to get all the materials. They get all the materials, right? They go listen to it. But they still do not understand it. Where was that understanding in all the materials that we provided? It's very, very simple. At the start of every video, we tell you all these materials, including a book, is not for reproduction. Do not copy it. Do not reproduce it in any way, shape, or form. That's what it says. If you need any reproduction, you come back to the high priest and get a copy. We've already shown you that on the Prelude of the Legends of Roll Call of Those Who Are Worthy. So let's explain this analogy again so you understand this. If you have a beautiful cloth that you're wearing, the cloth is on your body, you went out and someone said, oh, wow, I love your clothing. You look good. Or I like your shoes if you're wearing nice shoes. Or anything that you're wearing on you. But the person said, oh, it's nice. And the person asks you, where did you get the clothes? What do? You tell them, okay, I got this cloth maybe from Macy's, if you shop at Macy's. Or you shop at JCPenney's. Or you shop at Walmart. Or wherever that you shop at. You tell them where you got the cloth. You give them directions to go to the same store that you got the cloth from and get it too. If it's a shoe or bag or anything. That's what you do, right? You do not take your own clothes off from your back that you're wearing and you hand it over to the person. But that is what a lot of people do today. They hear the truth. How did you get to hear the truth? You came onto this channel, Tricks of the Straight channel, which is the only channel in the whole world that you will hear the truth and understand it. And you then got the materials from the book to the DVDs in the Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, the Remnant and the Remnant Extended theme, and later the Shape of a World, which you will get. Right? That's how you got the truth. But some people, instead of giving people directions, just like someone told them they liked their clothing that they wore, their shoe or their bag, and you gave them directions to the store where you got your clothing so they can go and get it too, what do some other people do? They start trying to create their own clothes and sell it to the person who asked them. That's what some people do. Instead of giving the directions to where you got the clothing from, some people try to fabricate their own. This is what happens when you try to preach as a high priest. You fabricate your own truth and it will come out wrong because you were not the maker of the cloth. You were not the maker of the shoe. Macy's, for example, maybe made it or sold it, or Walmart, or any store that you got it from. But this is what people do today. Why do they do that? Because they are children of Satan, because they do not understand the commandments. They do not understand the truth. Why don't they understand the truth? Because they are not a remnant. This is why the truth is not for everybody. So when you read here in the scriptures, it says that some of the corn or seed fell on the wayside on stony ground, and some fell among thorns, is because these people are not the remnant. They do not understand the truth. Christianity took the commandments of the Creator and spread it all around the world away from the remnant. But have the people in the world understood it? Have they done it? Have they kept it? Do they understand the truth? No, they don't. Why? Because they are children of Satan. They are not the remnant. So the truth is not for everyone. So even if the truth was preached to the whole world, as Christianity has taken and said that it's preaching the truth, it's come out wrong. Because why? It was not coming from a high priest. And then as it went into the whole world, it was not going to the remnant, because only the remnant understand the truth. Anybody else listening won't get it. They will think that they do, but they will still continue in doing abominations and evil because they are not the remnant. So one thing I like to explain to you about this particular chapter, the concealed mystery hidden in it, which a lot of people will not understand just by reading the very first time, is that there's a differentiation in this story between stony ground, thorns, and thistles. And what it actually means is that the stony ground represents all the wicked of the world, okay? The thorns and thistles represents a crown, represents the kings of this world. So what this story is actually saying is that the wind took the commandments, the truth, which was for the remnant, which was the good soil, and spread it among the wicked and the kings of this world who did not understand it. So the truth is not for everybody, because everybody even listening to it, everybody who's excited about it, they go after the truth and get it. If they are not a remnant, they still won't understand it. They still won't do it. It will become an abomination to them. So we want to show you a very good example right here in this particular story, which we're getting into right now, that the truth is not for everybody, and that the Creator did not ask any of us to do any good to anyone. He asked us not to do wickedness. There's two different things. Because as we're on YouTube right now, we are doing some good, right? Some people are getting the truth. Okay? But we are not supposed to be on YouTube or do any good. Why are we on it though? Because this has to serve as a witness to the wicked of the world that they heard the truth and they denied it, for correct judgment to pass. But getting back to the subject of this story, there is a channel that takes up a lot of tricks of the S-Trade materials. It's called Truth in Plain Sight. So we want to show you a perfect example of the fact that just because you love the truth and go after it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to do it. The truth is not for everybody. So that's why we do not waste our time to explain the whole truth on this YouTube channel, this platform. Because doing so is not going to help anybody who is not a remnant in the actual sense. This is why the Creator always said this, and a lot of people have read this story without understanding. He says, do not give that which is holy to dogs. You've heard it before. Let's show you that before we continue with this story. So here is that chapter which a lot of people have read before and do not understand, all right? It says here in Matthew chapter number 7, in verse number 6, and we're still reading from the Geneva Bible at this point in time. It says, give ye not that which is holy to dogs, all right? Lest they tread them under their feet, and turning again all to rent you. Now, a lot of people will wonder why we read it that way, because this particular portion which says pearls before swine, okay, which is talking about pigs, was not there. This was imputed in. Why? Because the people who write these scriptures know the truth. But like we said, if you do not hear the truth from a high priest, what you are hearing is a lie. So people wonder why the whole entire scriptures have been corrupted, as we're showing you, from Genesis to the book of Revelation. Why is it so? Because the people trying to tell you the truth are not a high priest. Do you understand that now? why the Creator had said that the truth was given to the remnant, which is the good ground, but a wind came and took the commandments, the truth, and spread it among the wicked, the stony ground, and in the thorns and thistles in the kings, as we have read to you in Matthew chapter number 13, because the truth is not for everybody. So even if you were to spread the truth among everybody, they still would not get it. Even if we were to tell them the whole truth at once, as they want us to explain what they've been watching on this particular prelude of Shape of Our World, they still won't understand it because the truth is not for everyone. So anybody picking up the truth and trying to tell you the truth who is not a high priest, they are only going to succeed in telling you a lie. So this is what the Creator is saying here, that you do not give the truth to dogs. Why did it use specifically dogs? Because dogs are not a natural animal. They are crossbred of hyenas, wolves, and wild pigs, to give you the dogs that every scum of the earth, albino, anybody with straight hair, keeps in their home and lives with. Which common sense should tell them, because as we have shown you, which we are going to explain fully and give you all the facts and all the information that you need to know, that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human. Because as we showed you on the last prelude of Legends of Roll Call, the hair of all albinos is straight and fine like animal hair. Human beings and black people do not have that kind of hair. The hair on a black man's head, especially those who are from sub-Saharan Africa, which we explain as woolly hair, you will not find it on any animal in the world or any being. But the hair of an albino, anybody with straight hair, you find it on all animals, because albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human. They are the apes and chimpanzees and monkeys that you've heard of in history. But they never told you that it was them. They lied to you that it was black people. When the hair on the head of every black person shows you that they are human beings and not closely related to animals in any way, shape, or form, as albinos are. That is why albinos, anybody with straight hair, love animals, live with animals, because they are closer in nature and genetics to animals than black people. That's why they hate black people and love animals. They see animals on the street, they pick them up, they feed and clothe and give them homes. They see a black person in the neighborhood, they call the cops on you. That is how wicked these beings are, because they are not human beings. Today they look like human beings, so we can now say, okay, they are human, but they are really not human. And this is what we will show you in the Shape of a World. So that's why the scripture says here, give you not that which is holy. Do not give the truth. Do not share the truth to everybody, because they do not understand it. Do not give truth to beings who have crossbred and inbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight the scum of the earth, in the literal sense of it, because they do not understand the truth. You do not share the truth with everybody. You do not tell everybody your business. Why? Continue reading. It says, neither cast you your pearls among dogs. It did not say swine here. They imputed that because pigs are a natural animal that the Creator made. So every part of scripture has a reason why it was written the way it is. The Creator did not use any other example but dogs, because dogs are not natural animals. So whenever we say this, people just think that we are talking, but you're seeing it here. Give you not that which is holy. Give not the truth. Holy means to be something that is set apart. That's just what the meaning of holy means. Something set apart is not for everybody. Do not give the truth, the commandments, which is not for everybody, to people who are not the remnant. This is what it means. Dogs are not a natural animal. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. Everybody who loves them, the black people who have inbred and crossbred with them, do not love black people. Anybody who listens to what they tell you, because everything an albino tells you that comes out from his mouth is a lie, and they do not understand anything. And we're going to show you even more on this Prelude too. It says, do not tell them the truth. Do not give the whole truth to them. Because what happens when you do? It says they tread the truth that they hear under their feet, and turning again all to rent you, turning again to attack you. So a lot of people coming onto the channel and say, tell us the truth, tell us the whole truth. Even if we told them, they would use the truth as they are doing right now to antagonize us for telling them the truth. They are attacking us day and night. So why should we tell them the whole truth? The only truth they need to know as they are listening right here is that they are all going to the lake of fire, because they heard the truth. They antagonized it. They denied it and treated it as nothing and went against it. So what leads us to this story? We were trying to give you an example that the truth is not for everyone, and that if anybody lacks understanding of the truth, they choose not to go after it, they make up excuses for it, only proves that they are not the remnant, that they are children of Satan, the wicked of this world, the ignorant, the procrastinators, and they are all going to the lake of fire. So therefore, it is not necessary to share the truth with everyone, because only the remnant will understand the truth. That is why the Creator said that the sheep hear his voice and follow after him. If they did not hear, hearing means understanding. Understanding what you're hearing. If you have a lack of understanding, it means that you are a child of Satan, even if you have everything that we will share with you in the book, The Concealed Mystery and Origins of a Depressed Black People, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, DVDs, The Remnant documentary, and The Remnant extended theme, The Shape of the World, and the Bible. If you do not have an understanding of what you're reading, you are not able to keep it in memory and understand it. It means that you are a child of Satan and going to the lake of fire. This is why we shared on the Prelude of The Shape of Our World that sorcery is practiced through food. If you do not make a conscious effort to grow your own food, the spell of Satan is still going to be on you, and it will only prove that you are a child of Satan, even if you have heard the whole truth that we have presented and have all the materials that we're going to present to you. So that leads us back to now to a channel to give you an example that not everybody who hears the truth and is excited about it is actually going to be saved. Why? Because the key for you to be accepted of the Creator is that you have an understanding of the truth, that you follow the instructions, that you follow the commandment, which shows that you are a remnant, not just by being excited about the truth and getting it. Let's show you an example now. There's a channel on YouTube called The Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight. The people who own this channel have a book. They also have the DVDs in The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity and The Remnant documentary, as at the point that we are making this video and talking to you. We want to show you an example using this example to tell you that if you do not hear the truth from a high priest, you are going to hear a lie. And this is why on all our materials, the private materials that we have in the book, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, The Remnant documentary, the remnant extended theme, and the shape of a world, which for those who are worthy will get an invitation to have it, as well as the Bible in the future, it is strictly said that you shall not reproduce this in any way, shape, or form. Why is that the case? Because the truth only comes from a high priest. And if you try to act like one, you're only going to what? Produce a lie. And it is an abomination for anybody to act like a high priest. That is why all pastors and preachers in this world are going to the lake of fire. That is why the scripture said that the Creator will say in that day that many shall come to him and say, we preached in your name. We did miracles in your name. And he will say to them, go away from me. Go to the lake of fire. Why? Because anybody who's not a high priest who tries to preach the truth to you will only preach you a lie. That is why the only thing you're supposed to do, if you say that you love the Creator and keep the commandments, the only thing you're supposed to do to anybody when you meet them is tell them to keep the commandments only. You're not supposed to preach or teach. You show them where you got the teaching from, which is from this channel. Or you buy the materials and you give to them. You do not reproduce it. Let's show you that portion before we come back to this, because we always want you to get the right perspective in everything. So we're reading from Matthew chapter number 7. So please always remember this, because we keep on trying to make people understand this, but they still don't get it. So we have to put in the right perspective so they hear it. Do not try to be a preacher in any way, shape, or form. You're not a high priest. You always end up telling somebody a lie because you do not understand the whole story. And when you tell somebody a lie, it means that you have bear false witness. You are acting like a high priest when you're not. And the person is going to get the wrong information. And where do you think they're going to end up in? In the lake of fire, and you're going to be held responsible for it, which will only prove that that person that you spoke to was a child of Satan and you as well. So it goes on to say here in Matthew chapter number 7, okay? And we're reading from verse number 22. It says, many will say to me in that day. Which day? The day that the whole world is going to burn up into the lake of fire. And if you do not have a new body, and the angels of the Creator do not escort you to some place or something which we're not going to share, then you are going to get caught up in the whole world burning to the lake of fire and be destroyed. Some people will try to get to this something or some place and try to gain entrance, but they will be denied entry. And they will say, that is what you're reading right here in Matthew chapter number 7, and says that in that day now, they will say to the Creator, have we not by thy name prophesied? That means, did we not preach? Did we not to try to tell people about the Creator? It's not your business to. The only thing you have to do to anybody is tell them to keep the commandments. But how will you know the commandments if you have not gotten the commandments? If you do not know it, you'll only get it from this channel. You'll only get it from us. Everything else that you've heard is a lie. So do you understand now? The people who keep on making excuses for not going after the truth will end up in the lake of fire because there's no excuse for it. It goes on to say here, many will say to me in that day, have we not by thy name prophesied, preached, told people about you, that you are the Creator? And by thy name cast out devils? That means they've done miracles. They've helped someone. They've bettered the life of someone by their good actions. Good actions will only lead you to the lake of fire. The commandment is you shall not do wickedness. So you're going to find a lot of nice, kind people in the lake of fire because they're all doing the commandments of Satan, not of the Creator. It goes on to say, and by thy name done many great works, Have people not done good works? They've given millions of dollars to charity. They've done everything good. Help the poor. But where will they end up? In the lake of fire, because that is not the commandment. The commandment says you shall not do wickedness. It's two different things. Let's continue reading. It says, and then will I profess to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that walk wickedness. Do you understand that? So, a lot of people who preach, if you're not a high priest, do not do so. Because the way the world today is, in which everybody thinks that they know the truth, in which there are pastors preaching and saying that they know the truth, in which everybody's trying to preach to you the truth, they have all told you a lie. Why? Because they are not a high priest. If you're not a high priest and you try to tell people about the kingdom, about the mysteries of this world, about the Creator, you're only going to end up telling them a lie because you're not a high priest. That is how it works. That's why we've taken the time to show you why the Creator told His high priest, which they call disciples, that is given unto you to understand the mysteries of the kingdom, but it's not given to the whole public. Is given to them. So the truth only comes from a high priest. If you hear it from anybody else, no matter what they try to tell you, how sincere they are only going to tell you a lie. And they will be held responsible for lying and bearing false witness. So the only thing that you're supposed to do, if you want to tell anybody about the Creator, please, please, please tell them to do the commandments. But if you do not know the commandments, how are you going to tell them? Because you will only know those commandments by us on this channel, Tricks of the Straight channel. That is why you have to get the truth, the book, so you understand this. The book and the DVDs and The Shape of a World, which you'll only get by invitation if we find out that you were worthy, that you did everything that the instructions told you to do on the book and the DVDs, which says you will not reproduce it in any way, shape, or form. If you want to give somebody, you want to tell somebody about the book, come and buy one, get one for them. You want to tell them about the remnants, come and get a copy and give to them, just like you did and got the truth. Why you have to do it any other way and put yourself in trouble? We also said on the end of the remnants, do not preach, just tell people, do the commandments. That's the only thing. If you want to teach them, come and get the copy of the books and the DVDs from Tricks of the Straight. Come and get a copy and give to them, because everything that we are doing in order as the high priests have made us to do it. Do not preach. Let's continue now. So this particular channel called Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight, because we want to show you an example right here that if you do not have understanding of the truth, of the commandments, of what you hear, it means that you're a child of Satan. Don't get excited about the truth. Understand it. There's a difference. Excitement is only going to lead you to do what you're not supposed to do. That's why you never have to think with your emotions. Do not do anything from how you feel. Do it based on sound, logical reasoning. Now, on this channel here called The Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight, they have the book. As of the time of recording this particular video, they have the Remnants documentary, and they have the Concealed Mystery of Iniquity. Those three. They do not have the Remnant extended fee. Now, they say that they love the truth. They took some of our videos, because our videos are free for anybody, the ones that are on YouTube, for you to do as you wish. They took up the videos and they put some of them on their channel. But do you know what they're doing wrong here? So I want to show you how that if you're not a high priest, that you'll always end up telling people a confused message, because the truth is supposed only to come from the high priest, because the high priest is a representation of the creator. Hearing from the creator is hearing from a high priest. Hearing from a high priest is hearing from the creator. If you hear it from anybody else, you're going to hear a lie. That is why lies have been spread all through the world in the scriptures and everything that you've heard, because the people who presented the facts to you and the truth are not high priests. They cannot do but tell you a lie because they are not a high priest. That is just how it works. So the Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight have those materials that we mentioned in the book, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity and the Remnant DVD, and they say they love the truth. They put some of our videos on their channel. But do you know what else they are doing? Besides the fact that they put some of our videos on our channel, because you will see here, like it says, primer video for the tricks of the S trade. It says Gematria News by the numbers. That means it's sharing some information from another channel or whatever they have. So they have finally done what have they done right there? They have mixed the truth from our channel with other things that they've heard from other channels. Is it now going to be the truth? Because when you have mixed truth, is it the truth? It's not truth, it's a lie. So even though they have good intentions, all right, as we have said, if you do not have any understanding of what you hear, because only the remnant is supposed to understand the truth, it means that you are a child of Satan. That is pure, plain and simple. By them trying to do good here, so this is a perfect example of what we're trying to show you. By you trying to do good, they're trying to do good, they think that they're doing good, but they have succeeded in creating falsehood, because they have taken our videos and mixed it up with other videos. The right thing, if they wanted to do it, was to have only our own videos up on their channel, because now they've mixed the truth that we shared with them, okay, with lies. Just like you have scriptures, because the people who are trying to preach are not high priests, so they end up mixing truth with lies, and the whole public is deceived, and they are now held responsible for trying to be a high priest and telling you lies. So this is how the whole system works, because if you go through this Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight channel, you'll find that they have a lot of videos, but they have other videos too. So anybody getting on this channel now, all right, is going to end up doing what? Being confused, because they'll listen to us, listen to other people, and they have a whole lot of jumbo information. Now, not only did this channel, or the people who own this channel, Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight, mix up our own videos with other videos and cause a lot of people to have the wrong information, they have gone ahead to preach and talk about the remnant when they are not a high priest. They have reproduced the material by trying to talk to people about the remnant when they are not a high priest, instead of directing them to the channel on how they got the information, and say, just like somebody would see you with a nice cloth or shoe that you're wearing and they ask you about the shoe, you tell them go to Macy's or go to the store that you got them. You do not try to create your own and give it to them. This is exactly what the Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight channel have done. A typical example of showing you that you should not preach if you are not a high priest. Great example, because now they've gone ahead of their own, in their own excitement, as we have shown you in scriptures in Matthew chapter number 13, that some heard the truth and out of excitement did not understand it. As long as you do not understand what you hear, it means you are a child of Satan. Understanding is key. Following the instructions, doing the commandments, doing as you're told. Otherwise, where do you end up? In the lake of fire. The truth is not for everyone. Do not think for a second that you have to share the truth and tell anybody the truth about anything, even concerning your own life. It's not necessary to. So to show you that the truth is hidden in plain sight channel, the people who own it are very, very confused. They sent us an email recently asking and saying that on the Remnant series that we did talk about the fact that if someone is trying to keep the commandments, that as long as they fall in error but still try to keep the commandments, that they get forgiven by the Creator. But on the Legends of Roll Call that we said that if you're born evil, you're evil, and that you're going to die evil. So what's the correlation between the two? That shows you they lack perfect understanding by the question they asked. Because we explained on the Legends of Roll Call that people who do not do any abominations, that's what we explained. Abominations of inbreeding, which is also known as fornication, homosexuality, bestiality, murder, rape, pedophilia, okay, as well as trying to preach or insinuate themselves as being a high priest, that if they do not commit any of these abominations, that they get forgiven if they pay their restitution. But they have total disconnection. The people who own the channel, The Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight, in the messages, that they become confused. And yet these are the same people trying to preach to others on vlogs and talking about the remnant and trying to preach. But yet they do not even have understanding of what they've heard, and they try to preach to others. So this is why everybody now has a lie, has believed a lie, because everybody is preaching who are not a high priest. And as long as you try to preach when you are not a high priest, you are going to the lake of fire, because you have succeeded in telling someone a lie. Because immediately you start preaching or talking, besides the fact of just telling people, okay, this is the commandments, or directing them on how to know the commandments, which they will only know from Tricks of the History channel, the truth. You have insinuated yourself as a high priest and you're going to the lake of fire. So that's why the whole world has believed a lie. Because as long as you do not hear that truth, as long as you speak and you're not a high priest, and you speak trying to preach, besides giving people direction on how to go get the truth, you would have told them a lie. So this is an example of what we are trying to show you. So in this example right here, will the channel called Truth is Hidden in Plain Sight get an invitation to own the shape of a world from us? Definitely not. Because they do not even understand the message. They have heard it. They do not understand it. And yet they still try to preach about it to somebody else. It shows you a very good example that the truth is not for everyone. Not everyone who will hear the truth in getting all our materials means that they are children of the Creator. Because once you lack understanding of what you hear, it means you are a child of Satan. Understanding is key. And as we've said, that understanding to be able to free your mind, people don't take this seriously. You have to grow your own food. Because if you keep depending on the government's food, the food that you get from the stores which you do not grow, the witchcraft and spell of Satan is going to be on your mind. And you will not understand anything. So you have to make a conscious decision to grow your own food and get out of this system. That is why we're doing everything to make sure that you know how to do it on your own, so you will not have Satan spell bind you to the lake of fire, which will only prove that you are indeed a child of Satan. Learn to listen to instructions as we have presented it. Only those who are worthy, who have not reproduced any of our materials in the book, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, the DVD in the Remnant and the Remnant Extended theme, they have not shared it with anybody else outside of their home, will get an invitation to get the shape of our world. So if you do not get that invitation, that means we have found out that you have done so. Because the truth is not for everyone. We are not interested in giving the truth to everybody. Because at the end of the day, it is not for everyone and only the remnant will understand it. So that is why sooner or later, all our broadcasts will come to an end on YouTube, because we would have finished our work in presenting evidence of the truth, so that when you go to the lake of fire, you will see that you were told the truth. You were given an opportunity to understand the truth, to go after it, to get it for the very first time in our generation, and you denied it. And with that, let's continue with more of the lies of technology, which is a prelude to the shape of our world, because you must understand how technology works so you can do it on your own and be free of this evil, satanic, demonic system, which is only pushing out filth and every form of abomination. Like right now, I mean, you can't watch TV without seeing homosexuality, because everything about technology is very simple and easy. The government knows that. That is why they create all the stupid laws, such as like, if you want to operate a radio frequency, you have to get a license. Why would you need to get a license if the government is promoting filth around you, promoting abomination and every sort of evil device in the world? Because the technology is easy. You could do it at home. You could do it on your own. So let's continue with the prelude. So, before we continue with this particular prelude, we still want to make you understand that anybody trying to give you information who is not a high priest is only going to tell you a lie. And when you tell someone a lie and someone acts on that lie and goes to the lake of fire, you are going to be held responsible for it. The Creator does not play, because there is a commandment which says, which I've shown you before, but we've never shown you actually in the real essence of it, because as we've said, all the commandments in scriptures were changed. But we have shown you on the Legends of Roll Call that acting like a high priest was an abomination. There are very specific commandments in the 10 Commandments which say so. So if you're not a high priest and you go about passing information, you're going to pass out wrong information. A lot of people have done it. They've taken the books that we have, or the book per se, and the DVDs, and made a public display of it, trying to act like a high priest. Because let me make you understand this in very simple terms. Let's say, for example, okay, someone was on a journey and he came to you and asked for directions. If you did not know the directions and you gave him the wrong directions, you would have made that person to waste his time and possibly end up where he's not supposed to end up at, which could possibly be death. And you'll have the blood of that person on your hands. So it is an abomination for anybody to preach. Like we said, if you want to talk to anybody about the truth. Just tell them to do the commandments. Even the corrupting ones that you find in scripture, which is not the actual commandments. That's all you need to do. When you go about trying to preach or teach in which pastors are doing, what are they doing? They have led so many people to the lake of fire. And when you say, I am sorry does not cut it for you telling somebody a lie and that person ending up in the lake of fire. You have blood on your hands. The reason why the world is the way it is because everybody thinks they know something. They go about blabbing their mouth, talking about things that they should not. And they are now responsible for the lives of so many who have gone down to the lake of fire, which will only prove that they are children of Satan. You have been responsible for that happening. You'll still be held accountable for telling them a lie that led them to the lake of fire. Now, what you're looking at the screen is an example of a subscriber to the channel acting like a high priest. Now, the lady in question is called Flat Earth Granny. It's just a nickname. I'm not going to give you her whole name because this is not the forum for it. And she asked us, she sent us an email a couple of weeks ago. I want you to understand now, because I want you to pay attention to this story. Because when we say that if people do good, being nice and kind and doing good is actually a commandment of Satan. The Creator did not ask you to be nice, good, and kind. It said, do not do wickedness. By a lot of people doing good, they are leading a lot of people to the lake of fire. Let me give another explanation for this. So, for example, if you walk into, let's say, a gas station, all right? And at the gas station, they tell you, can you donate to Breast Cancer Society or any of the charitable organizations that are around? And you go and put your hand, okay, in your pocket, and you take out some money, or you make that donation to that cancer society or any of the charitable organizations. First and foremost, what you are saying is that you are responsible for cancer, or that you are responsible for the plight of that person. This is how it works. The right thing to do, the right discourse to do in that particular scenario is that people, instead of attacking the problem at their source, take responsibility for it. When you take responsibility for a problem or a person's plight or any situation, you are going to be held accountable because you are deeming that you are the one who's responsible for cancer. The right thing to do is, if you walk into a situation which says that you should, okay, make a donation for cancer, you are not responsible for cancer that's going on in humanity. All what you need to do is attack the problem at the source. What does it mean to attack the problem at the source? Go and find out, what is the reason for cancer? When you find out what the reason is for cancer, then you can now attack what is the reason for cancer. It's not by giving money to a cancer society or any of the charitable organizations. This is how people get twisted into doing evil. Because instead of you finding out, devoting your life to making sure that you find out what is the problem with cancer, you made a donation to it. You covered up the problem instead of attacking it at the source. And by you giving that money to that charitable organization, what are you saying? You have made yourself responsible for cancer, the disease itself. You are now going to be held accountable for giving that money to that charity. You may not know so, but it is recorded against you by the Creator. So that's why you can't be doing good, being nice and kind. You always have to apply common sense. The only people who do not have common sense are the children of Satan. Because once you refuse common sense, it means that you are a child of Satan. You are not thinking. You're being led about by your emotions, which I've already explained is not from the Creator, because emotions came from the corruption of the human body. The Creator gave us a mind to reason and think things through before we do it. So do not go about doing good and being kind. Do not do wickedness. Now, coming back to this particular flat earth granny, we're trying to talk about that. This is a lady who wrote us and asked us if she would be worthy to receive an invitation to have the shape of a world. But flat earth granny here has gone around posting, publicly displaying everything that we told her not to do on the DVDs and in the book, that all the information that you're having is not for public display. Copying, reproducing it in any kind is breaking a trust. Now, people do not know this because every information that we are presenting is coming from a high priest. Every of our materials is directly connected to us. We're not going to go into too much explanation about how that is connected. So anything you do to it, sooner or later, it's going to show up on our desk, showing that you have done it. It's going to show up one way or the other. So Flat Earth Granny here, if you scroll through her Facebook page, we're going to scroll through right here. This is our Facebook page, what we picked up from our friend's Facebook page right here. Posting everything from all the materials that we told her specifically not to when she received it. Acting like a high priest. Misinforming people. Misinformation and deliberately manipulation. Misinformation is a crime to the Creator. Because you're acting like a high priest. When you give somebody wrong information, anything that happens to that person, you are held responsible for it. The Creator never asked anyone to preach. Christianity tells you to preach. Everybody can preach. Go around maybe winning souls or whatever. The Creator never asked anybody to do that. Because what you are trying to insinuate when you do that is that you're a high priest. It's an abomination. That is why the world is the way it is. Because why? The world thrives on misinformation, sending people to the lake of fire. So Flat Earth Granny here, after writing us, I want you to understand how wicked people are. Because at the end of the day, what usually happens is when you catch somebody in an act like this, they are going to say, I am sorry. But I am sorry will not cut it. Why? You have given someone wrong information because you yourself do not know the entirety of the facts. You've been preaching and acting like a high priest instead of directing people on how to get the information on how you got it. And if that person, by your wrongful information, goes to the lake of fire or dies prematurely, who do you think is going to be held responsible for it? You. Flat Earth Granny wrote us and told us, asked us if she would be worthy of receiving the shape of our world. But in her mind, she's known that she has broken every trust that we gave to her in saying that all the materials in our books, in the DVDs, in the Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, the Remnant and the Remnant Extended Theme, and the Shape of the World which people will have, and in the Bible, is not for reproduction. Do not copy it. Do not public display it. She did all that, but she still had the guts to send us an email knowing what she did, because we've just shown you everything that she's done through her Facebook page. As we scroll down here, she posted all of this through her Facebook page, right? And yet she came to us and asked us if we could checked to see if she was worthy of receiving the shape of a world. So do you understand now when we say that just because somebody goes after the truth, we've given you that analogy, and the Creator gave you that analogy. Just because somebody goes after the truth or receives the truth does not actually mean that they are going to be in the kingdom of the Creator or become a part of the remnant. Truth is not for everyone, because she knowingly knows what she has done, but yet acts as if she is not aware that she has displayed the materials that she was not supposed to make a copy of, and acts like a high priest by trying to preach and teach. Instead of, if you want to get the truth to somebody, you come and get the books from us. You come and get the DVDs and you hand it over to them. That is how you do it. When you have a nice cloth that you wear and someone asks you, where did you get it from? I like your cloth. You give them directions to the store on where you got it from. You do not try to make your own and give it to them or fabricate a copy. So when you are responsible for giving someone wrong information and the person ends up dead or goes to the lake of fire, by you saying, I am sorry, is not going to cut it. You will be held responsible for that person's life, for ruining that person's life by the wrong information that you did. It's just like a doctor giving you the wrong medication. If the patient ends up dead because of a doctor's mistake, will the doctor saying, I am sorry, be okay? That is why you have to be responsible. Have some common sense. So Flat Earth Granny here will definitely not be getting an invitation to own the shape of a world, because she broke every trust that was given to her. She's probably led a lot of people down the road by talking about things that she does not understand, because as we've shown you, once you start talking about things that pertain to the truth and you are not a high priest, what's coming out from your mouth is most definitely going to be a lie, because you do not understand the whole facts. And here's one thing that we have to share with you at this point in time. Everything that you have learned on this channel and everything that you have in the book, The Concealed Mystery and Origins of a Depressed Black People, The Remnant, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, and The Remnant Extended Theme, you can almost but throw it away, because it is nothing compared to what you're going to have in the shape of a world. It is nothing. You could literally throw out all the information that we heard you and just throw it away. We're not saying you could. We're not saying you should. But we are saying that it is completely nothing. It's but a drop in what you're going to find out on the shape of a world. So the whole idea of us producing the book, The Remnant, The Concealed Mystery of Iniquity, The Remnant Extended Theme, is to weed out those who cannot do instructions, who refuse to do the commandments, because whatsoever we are saying to you, you are hearing it from a high priest. And if you are to be a part of the remnant, the real remnant, those who do the commandments and keep it, you have to learn how to do instructions, because the commandments are an instruction. If you cannot do it, it means that you are a child of Satan. Because as we've said, the truth is not for everyone. We've shown you an example that the Creator used a very specific example of sowing, of planting corn or sowing a seed. That seed or corn there is talking about the commandments, that some fell on good soil, and then a wind came and carried some of that corn to stony ground or rocky ground, and some of them fell among thorns and thistles. And he gave you an example that the ones that fell on the stony ground were people who heard the truth and were so excited about it, as a lot of people are. They're so excited about the truth, they go and get it. But if you lack understanding of the commandments, lacking understanding means following after to do as you are told. It means that you're a child of Satan. Let's continue with the prelude. So we're still on the lies of technology because what the world system in the kings of this world, in the scum of the earth albinos, anybody with straight hair, and the elders of Zion have done is to teach people lies about everything and anything. So that is why it's very, very important that you do not go around acting like a high priest, trying to teach anybody or preach to anybody. You will never see in scripture. Now go take your Bible, all right? Read it from Genesis, okay? And read it up to the last book of the Old Testament, which could be Malachi in some books, but that's not the correct order though, okay? You will never find in any of those books in which it is said that people who are not high priests should go and preach to other people or go and teach. You'll never see it. But in today's generation, everybody has become a teacher and a preacher. They have passed information, wrong information all around and are responsible for so many deaths. The Creator never asked anybody to preach or to teach. The only thing He asks you to do is to keep the commandments and tell your fellow human beings to do the same. That's all they need. If everybody were to do that, and know what the commandments are, that you should not practice wickedness, we would not be in the situation we are right now. If everybody had let or understood that it is the high priest, because let me make you understand something which a lot of people do not know. When you read most of the books of the Testament, all right, from Genesis to the book of Malachi, which is the Testament, all right, which is what we ought to read to understand who the Creator is. You will always notice that in each book, it starts by telling you or listing a lineage. You will see that it will say, I am the son and son and son and son of so. Why does the book start that way? By introducing the person as of the lineage of somebody else. Because this is what usually happened, right? With the remnant. If the person was a high priest, he needed to establish his lineage so the people would listen. Because what would happen is this. The remnant would ask him, who are you? And he would start saying, I am the son and son and son of so, listing his lineage from the high priest city which he comes from. And the remnant would say, oh, okay, you are a high priest. Then they'll listen to him if he had some sort of information for them. You find that. But today, everybody is going around becoming a teacher and a preacher. Why are we on YouTube? We've already told you that. We're not supposed to be on YouTube. But we are here as evidence that there is truth and you denied it. That is the reason why we're on YouTube. You got all the information that you're getting today from our channel. So why would you go about trying to reproduce the information in your own words instead of directing the person to the channel or buying them the book and the DVDs as you had it so that they could get the information correctly as you got it? Why would you divert that? But let's get back to this because we don't want to spend too much time on this. What we're trying to say in essence is that the system has been telling people lies. And that is why the Creator says that all liars will go to the lake of fire. So when you try to act and preach and teach, acting like a high priest, you are going to the lake of fire. We've told you that. That is the reason why we put it on all our materials, saying, do not reproduce, do not public display, do not copy it. We told you that. But a lot of people are hard of hearing. Why? Because the commandments were only for the remnants. They would be the only people who understand it. Anybody else who does not understand it, who loves it and goes after it, but cannot understand it, is not a remnant in reality. That's how it works. You would now have been responsible for so many people's deaths because you passed the wrong information to them instead of directing them on how to get the information correctly as you got it. So, continuing on, the system has been designed to tell us lies. And in the last prelude to The Shape of a World, we did tell you that the computer is a finite object, okay? Finite means that whatever the computer can do is limited to its hardware. Now, we want to take it a step further to make you understand what that finite meaning of a computer means. So every computer is preloaded, okay? Because we have been taught that, let's say, for example, that when you type into a computer, that the computer can do anything and everything. But people have never paid attention to look at the fact that when you look at the keyboard of a computer, the keyboard of a computer is preloaded with certain keys. These keys contain certain numbers and certain alphabets and can be said to be an alphanumeric keyboard. Now, if you look at the keyboard of a computer, it does not contain all the signs or scripts or symbols in the world. You do not find any Greek alphabets on the computer. You do not find any Arabic alphabets on the computer keyboard. Do you understand that? So what they have done is given you a predefined number of inputs that you can give to the computer. So let's say, for example, they tell you that the alphabets in a computer, which is the preset symbols which you can use to communicate, are 26 in number, lettered from A to Z, right? That's what you have on a computer keyboard. So that means you are only limited to 26 alphabets which you can use to write stuff on a computer. But are there 26 alphabets in nature? No, they are not. There are more than that. But what has been accepted to be the standard for you to make any sort of communication in today's language, which is English, is 26 alphabets. But there are not 26 alphabets in reality, in nature. So this is how we are trying to give you an example to understand that a computer is a finite object. Now we want to take it another step further now, okay? When you press a keyboard in a computer, it is taught to you, or your understanding is that you are giving some information to the computer. But that is not what you're doing. You are actually accessing already pre-stored information on the computer. So everything that you're doing on the computer is pre-stored. It's not like you're giving it new inputs. Now, what does that mean? So every time you press a computer, right? Let's say you press the letter Y, okay? You see the Y show up on the screen, flashing. You think you're giving information to the computer. You are not giving information to the computer. What you are doing is going through pre-stored information on the computer. So people do not understand that. So everything that the computer does is pre-stored. You're only accessing it. Once you understand it that way, then you can understand how to make a computer, which a lot of people are going to think that we are going to share everything that we ought to on this particular Prelude. But we are not. The truth is not for everyone. Okay? But to explain this, the computer has what they call registers. What are registers? Common sense. I want you just to think about it. Let's say you have a register, because now when we say register, a lot of people think of the digital registers or cash registers, which they have been conditioned to believe are actual registers. But that is not the meaning of register. So when you register something, it means that you create a record. Okay? Registration means creating a record. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, you have a diary and you write something in your diary. You have registered information. You have recorded information. So register is the same as saying recorded information. Okay? So if you have recorded or registered information in your diary, when you go back to that diary now, okay, and you're looking for information, okay, let's say, for example, some diaries are lettered from A to Z, okay, or lettered in a certain number. When you go looking for very specific information that you wrote, you now flick through the aligned pages that says maybe A to Z or numbered 0 to 1, depending on where you had put that information, and you go particularly to that particular page in your diary and you retrieve that information. This is the same thing that a computer does when you type something on the keyboard. You are not creating new information. You are accessing already stored information in a different format. Do you understand what we're saying now? So every time you type the letters or you type a letter out, okay, you are only accessing information in a different order that has already been stored on a computer. So if, for example, right now you try to create, let's say, alpha, beta, or gamma, which are Greek alphabets, you won't have it in the computer. Why don't you have it on the computer? Because it has not been pre-stored. So every information in a computer is pre-stored. If you want to create new information now, you have to give it another set of instructions and store it. That is where the meaning of the word software comes from. Software means giving the computer new information, new logic of how to access already pre-existing information on it. Giving it new logic, a new way, all right, of say writing, combining Y with maybe a certain number or a certain logic. So that means, for example, you press the letter Y on a computer, all right? The computer has predefined logic of how it represents that Y to you. If you want to represent it in another way, you have to now give it information on how to retrieve the letter Y that has already been pre-stored on it. That is all what computers really do. So everything that you're doing is pre-stored. But we have been taught, because we do not know that when you use a computer that a computer can do anything and everything, instead of the fact that you are going through pre-stored information, either as it was stored or by giving the computer a new set of instructions to access it. Now, if you understand that so far, we want to explain one more thing about technology, communication, because the two most important aspects of the technological part of a society that we're going to deal with, which we want people to have and understand every day, is how to make their own computers and how to make their own communication systems. Okay? So this is why we're explaining this step by step, and we'll take it another step further. Okay? We already made you understand on the former prelude of Legends of Roll Calls that the idea of 0 and 1s in a computer does not exist. That 0 and 1 is only referring the fact that you can, by using electricity, all right, turn on and turn off certain wires in a computer, which is known as integrated circuitry, and that many wires means integrated circuitry. That if you can turn it on and off, and we stop there because we didn't go further to explaining that you would have been able to create something which is called, and we didn't go any further than that because the truth is not for everyone. What we now want to further explain is this: that in order for you to have communications, you must have electricity and magnetism. Okay? In order for you to have communications, pay attention again, you must have what? Electricity and magnetism. And we did explain that electricity induces magnetism. Okay? Now, there is what they call electromagnetism. Okay? Electricity caused by magnetization. So therefore, what we want to further explain is this: communications is done by electromagnetization. What does that mean? Okay? When electricity travels, I want you to pay attention now. When electricity moves, it has to move using wires. Okay? Pay attention, you're going to understand this. It's very simple. When electricity moves, it's going to move by wires. If you cut the wire in half, okay? Let's say you take a wire and you cut it in half and you pass electricity through it, okay? In between the wires, you are going to have electromagnetic induction. Okay? Pay attention, these things are very simple. You're going to have electromagnetic induction. Okay? That means you have induced magnetism because electricity is going to try to pass through the broken wire, but it's not able to go through. So rather, it causes what they call electromagnetization. It causes magnetization between the space that is unable for it to travel through. Okay? That electromagnetization or magnetization between the space of two broken wires is what is used in communication. We're not going to explain that further than that for now, because the whole idea of this Prelude series is to make you understand technology at the very basis of it, such that if you're interested, because things are going to get very awry in the future, you will go out for the truth and get it. So that when the world shuts down its systems and fries every microchip, if you had learned the truth from us, you would still be able to communicate and you won't be stranded. So, broken wires. So I want you to pay attention right now. Every time you lift your phone, okay, and you make a phone call, if you check inside the antenna of your phone, the antenna that is used, okay, you find out it's made of metal. What are metals used for? They are used in what? Electrical circuits. So when you take up that phone and you make a phone call to another person, what is happening is that you have a circuit that is incomplete. A broken circuit. So two phones is like one wire broken in the middle. One stays apart from the other. But they are trying to communicate in a circuit in a system. So because there is a broken wire and there is electricity passing through from the other one to the other wire, all right, still trying to create that complete circuit, the space in between them is electromagnetized. The electricity now passes as magnetization, trying to draw. Okay, let's explain this a little bit much more simpler. All right. Let's say you have two magnets, okay? And you keep two magnets together. We had to pull up a picture to show you this, so this can be very simple. So if you have two magnets together, here is one magnet over here and one magnet over here, right? Now, the magnet here is trying to complete a circuit. What does it mean to complete a circuit? It's trying to join itself to this other magnet over here. Both of them are trying to join themselves, okay? Now, what usually happens is that when these magnets are trying to join themselves, there is what they call right here electromagnetic flux, or you can call it magnetic flux. Flux just means flow. There is a flow of energy, all right? From one to the other, it's trying to attract it. So what happens is this, which you're going to understand this very clearly. Every time you make a phone call from one person to another, it means that there is one wire in the system that's broken. Pay attention. One wire in a system that's broken, trying to complete its connection to its broken part. What you have in between right here is what they call electromagnetic radiation. This is what is used for communication. So these things are very, very simple, because that is why we're trying to make you understand how electricity moves. Once you understand how electricity moves, then understanding how communication and everything else is done becomes very simple. So all you need to understand right here, that this, your phone that you're carrying, is a broken wire in a circuit and is trying to connect to another phone, which is the broken part of that circuit. And that the communication between it is done by the electromagnetic radiation or induction, which is the flow, okay, of electricity from this other phone to this other phone to try to complete a circuit, to join itself back together. So that is how communication is made. We're not sharing everything like we're supposed to share in this video, but if you have those simple fundamentals, then you can understand how easy it is for you to make communication systems. So the best way to explain it at this point in time, so that you get it at least one time, is that communication is just a pair of broken wires trying to connect one to another. That is all what it means. Broken wires trying to connect to one another. That is the meaning of communication. It's electricity still flowing, trying to flow through broken wires. That's what you need to understand. Electricity trying to flow through broken wires. There's a break and it's still trying to flow. So one other thing that we have to show you is the fact that you've been taught by the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair who have no common sense. Because as we've said, whenever you listen to an albino speak and you notice that this is an albino, anybody with straight hair, it means you're listening to a fool speak. This is the reason why Satan has set up the system very, very uniquely. He knows that if you listen to a fool, you'll never learn anything. So that's why they make albinos to be the heads of all organizations in this world, because they are fools. This is the literal understanding that you have to get. They despise putting black people in positions of power. When we say black people in positions of power, we're talking about black people who have not been bought by white supremacy. Because if you put a black person in a position of power, sooner or later, if you were playing a scam on him, he's going to find out that you are playing a scam. Because black people have enough common sense. And we say black people here, we have told you that everybody who's black is really not black. Why? You'll notice a lot of black people have straight hair. Some of them have straight hair. Okay? Once anybody has straight hair that is black, it means that the person has crossbred, has a crossbred genetic with an albino, anybody with straight hair who are not human beings. We have shown you this before. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. They are beings, but not human. Because we have shown you that the hair on albino, anybody with straight hair, is likened to the hair on all animals, which is straight and fine. And that black people's hair is not the same. Because you can find no creation in this world having black hair, the hair that you find in sub-Saharan Africans. So therefore, in that particular explanation, the world that we have today, the world was created for human beings. It was not created for albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they are not human beings. That is why albinos, anybody with straight hair, are a fraud. They are children of Satan. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human. And this is why we took out the time in Legends of Roll Call to make anybody who is an albino to understand what he needs to do to prove to the creator that he or she is a human being, just finding themselves in an albino body. If they do not do that, they only prove that they are really children of Satan. So that is why there is a disconnect and why the whole world has been so stupid so long, because they are being taught by beings that are not human in albinos, anybody with straight hair. This is one of the best kept lies of all history, because people do not know this. We've already said this. There are no secrets. There are no mysteries. All you have are lies. And when the lies begin to fall, then you start to understand your reality. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human. That is why they do not fit with black people. This is why they hate black people. This is why they dislike black people. This is why they cohabit with animals more, because they are closer in nature, in genetics, to animals than human beings, which are black people. This is a reality which you have to understand because you have been lied to for so long. And you've always been wondering why. So any black person who crossbreeds with an albino anybody with straight hair has denied their humanity. And if you have done so previously, we have shown you what to do and to prove that you did it by a mistake. Otherwise, you are going to the lake of fire because there was to be no crossbreeding. We've already shown you that in Legends of Roll Call. It was a commandment not to crossbreed. This is why the Creator told the remnant not to ever accept the albino, anybody with straight hair, into their community, into their fold for this reason. Because they are not human. So when you read in scriptures, as we've shown you, in which they said, in the former prelude of Shape of a World, which we showed you in scriptures, that the remnant were not supposed to allow an albino to be a part of their own populations. And when they read the commandments to them, it now separated them, right? What you have to understand is that the scriptures have been changed a lot. The main reason why the Creator told the remnant never to crossbreed with the albino, anybody with straight hair, is because they are not human beings. This is why you see albinos, anybody with straight hair, look awkward. They do not act normally. They don't look normal because they are not human beings. If they were human beings, you would be able to understand them because they have been teaching you and writing books, okay, about this world. But people still do not understand. Human beings understand human beings. So that means if I do not understand you, something is wrong. I ought to understand you. So that's why everything that I've taught you about technology, science, maths, seems like some sort of esoteric language. People have no understanding. They teach you about economics and money, and you still sit through and wonder, what are they saying? But because they have told you that it is too much for you to understand, all right, because they tell you that these things are complicated, you accept it. If it's complicated, how did they get the understanding? But yet, they really do not understand. They are busy just regurgitating what they've been told. So that is why everything about the albino is weird. They are not human beings. Human beings should not treat human beings as they treat black people. They should treat black people better than animals, but they do not. They have oppressed humanity. Think of you as being nothing. So here's the best example I can show you so you understand this perfectly and very, very clearly. In black people, you will notice that black people are very, very athletic. Okay? Why do you think black people make the best athletes in the world? They can jump, they can run, they can do every athletic activity under the sun, and albinos, anybody with straight hair, cannot do it, cannot even move. Why do you think that is so? Because black people, their genetics, as made by the Creator, was made to be able to do these things because they are human beings. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, were not made by the Creator. This is something that you have to understand today. So therefore, if you do not have the genetics of something, genetics here means the skeleton, because when people hear that word genetics, they go awry. No, genetics just means skeleton. If you do not have the skeleton to do something, you can never do it. So that is why everything that you've been taught by white supremacy, by albinos, anybody with straight hair, people have not been able to understand. Why? Because human beings understand human beings. If you do not understand them, that means that they are not human. It's that simple. So, if you are not designed to fit into something, if the Creator did not design you to fit into what you are, no matter what you are doing, you will never fit into it. So let me give you another example analogy right now, okay? There are cows. Everything was designed specifically by the Creator to fit into what it would do. Let's take an example, a cow right now. You will never see a cow have any athletic ability. You'll never see a cow jump over, let's say, a 6-foot fence. Cows don't do that. Why is that? Because a cow's skeleton, its genetics, its muscle is not created or wired to be able to jump, to do athletic activity. How about a horse or a cat? A horse or a cat is designed to be athletic. So its skeleton, its muscles is made to be able to jump. That's why you will see a horse jump over a 6-foot fence. So therefore right here, you're looking at the screen and you can see that this is a horse jumping over a 6-foot fence. Why is this horse able to jump over a 6-foot fence? Because when the Creator created it, it gave it the genetics, the skeleton, the muscles, the energy, the power to be able to be athletic to jump over a 6-foot fence. But you will never see a cow be able to achieve this jump. Why is that so? Because the cow's genetics, its skeleton, its muscle is not made to be able to jump, to have athletic ability. Now, why did we have to go into all that explanation? Because you have been wondering for a very long time why albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, are not able to fit into this life. The albino makes the worst athlete in the world. They cannot run. They cannot jump. So they have to create sports for them and then bar black people from competing in those sports such that you should believe in albino supremacy. Such sports as tennis or swimming or motor racing or horse racing, as you can see right here, not for black people because they do not have the athletic ability. Albinos, anybody with straight hair. So they have to create all these false sports for them to thrive in. Why? Because they were not made for this world. So the actual meaning of a demon is actually albinos, anybody with straight hair. They are not human beings. They are demons. It was known by the remnant. That is why till today they still use that word. They say the white man is the devil. Why? When they say devil, the people actually think maybe it's paying maybe some sort of lip service. But this was common knowledge in history before now. And we'll show you more proof of that later. So it is not in the genetics of the albino to be able to do anything that black people do because they are not human beings. They were not made for this world. That is why you have all the strange and weird behavior and a lack of understanding when you listen to an albino, anybody with straight hair speak. There's always been this disconnect between black people and albinos, anybody with straight hair, but they've never been able to understand it because they have not understood that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings but demons. They become demons when they die. They are possessed of demons and are one right now. They may not have the metaphysical ability to be able to affect things as they should right now, until when they die and when their white souls become white demons, which they call ghosts. So therefore, no matter how the albino tries to fit into this life, they always stand out from it because they were not made for it. That is why albinos, anybody with straight hair, steal the identity of blacks. That is why they have no memory of where they came from, that they came from Sodom and Gomorrah through Lot's daughters, then from India into the rest of the world, and all of them have uniform amnesia of remembering that they were immigrated into North and South America in the 1850s via Mexico, as we showed you on the Legends of Roll Call. Because they are not human beings. A human in black people remembers where he came from. But albinos do not. Rather, they have stolen the identity of all black people and claim to come from everywhere else except India, which is their home country. So therefore, the reason why in the future it will be possible to send every albino, anybody with straight hair, back to India, as it will happen, as the creator said, which we showed you on the Legends of Roll Call, is because legally in this world, albinos are not supposed to be in it. You've heard this before, but you're hearing it for the very first time now in truth. The albinos were not made for this world. Satan brought them into it. So that is why everything the albino tries to do, the scum of the earth, black people do not understand them. They hate black people, but love animals because they are closer in nature and genetics to animals than human beings. So one thing that you have to understand is this, which we have to share so you understand. All right? Angels, if you've ever read maybe in the book of, let's say, Enoch, or even in the Bible, you will notice that the word angel means messenger. It means a watcher, okay? Somebody who watches over. Albinos, anybody with straight hair. Let's take it back a little further. Angels were designed to be messengers and watchers over humanity. So at the start of creation, when the creator made man and made angels, angels were to make a report of everything that's going on around in the world to Adam, who was a high priest. That was the order set up in creation. Now, when man fell and ate the tree of the knowledge of evil through the woman, who's always constantly in deception, this is why, as a man, you have to be a man. Because a woman, we've already shown you this on Roll Call, not Legends of Roll Call, that women have far lesser knowledge and wisdom than a man. Genetically, a woman is less wiser. But in today's society, you've been made to believe that women are wiser than men. It's impossible. So that's why as a man, you have to be a man. If you're going to do anything, now we're talking about men here. We're not talking about albinos, anybody with straight hair. We're talking about black men, which are human beings. Because this is why we always have to make that distinction that when we talk about human beings, we are talking about black people. But people have never gotten the message till now, because until you hear the truth from a high priest, you still be under a spell. Okay? So when we talk about human beings, we're talking about black people. Now remember, not all black people are black people, because they have crossbred with albinos anybody with straight hair, and we're going to show you that in the very next example so you understand this. So what we're saying here, as a man, you should never ever be subjecting yourself to a woman, because the reason why the world has turned upside down is because of feminism. Men are no longer men because they've been taught, and because in the world that we live today, especially in the Western society, women have been given the upper hand. So now men are even afraid of women. They think that women are more violent than men. They said, oh, I'm scared. She might hit me. She might kill me. Because of feminism, giving undue advantage to the weaker gender. A weaker gender can never ever be a strong gender. It wasn't made that way. So as a man, as a black man, you have to be a man at all times. But you have to be a man knowing how to be a man. Learn from your mistakes, because you were created to be a man, not a woman. So getting back to what we're trying to say, that angels at the start of creation, angels were made to report everything to Adam, whatever was going on around the world. In the world that the Creator made, they were to make reports, come to Adam and report whatsoever that's happening. Keep him updated on everything that's going around in the world. But after the fall of man through Eve, a woman, okay, the order now changed because Eve listened to Satan. So that is why Satan uses feminism, always goes to the woman, always goes through the woman to get to the man. Do you understand the reason why now? To get to creation, Satan went through Eve. That is why feminism is preached. To get to creation and be able to control it, it has to pass through a woman. So why did we have to say all that? The reason why we said all that is this. The albino anybody with straight hair does not fit into life, into nature. Everything they do is contrary to natural order and nature. Natural order meaning the commandments of the Creator. Everything the albino anybody with straight hair does. So why did we have to explain all of this? Because the albino does not fit into nature. They can't jump, they can't run, they can't do anything. They make the worst athletes. They copy after what black people do. Everything the albino does is copying after a black person. From the way black people talk, from the way they dress, from everything the black person does, the albino copies after. Why? Because the albino is not human. They are living in a world that's created for human beings, so they have to copy what black people do to try to be human. That is even why today you find a lot of albino females trying to look like a black woman, have a butt, but we have already shown you the butt of a black female is because of the genetics, the skeleton. whatever else they tell you is a lie. So we wanted to show you the levels that albinos, anybody with straight hair females, go through to try to look like black people in black women, because they are not human beings. So they've created all these elaborate exercises just to fool them that they can have a butt like a black woman, because they do not want them to know the truth. Satan does not want them to know the truth that they are not human beings. So he can always use them to keep on deceiving stupid black people that there is any beauty in albinos, anybody with straight hair, people who are not human beings. Today, they look human. But before the flood, they never did look like the way they look today. So what you're looking at the screen is what is called today scrunch butt leggings. They make it in shorts, they make it in tights for albinos, anybody with straight hair, and they wear this to the gym or anywhere around and keep on deceiving people that they have a butt like a black female. They do not. Like we've said, way back in history before the 21st century, if you want to call it the 21st century, let's say maybe sometime from the 2000s, it was never known that anybody who's not black has a butt. But today people have been deceived. Why? Because of all the tight pants. Especially make tight pants for albinos, anybody with straight hair female, the scum of the earth, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, who all come from India, all children of Satan, not human in any way. So as you can see right here, this is called a scrunch butt legging. What happens is that they sew these pants and then they hold it, they tack it, right, or scrunch it as they say, in the middle of the butt line right here. So it gives an appearance that there is a butt because it's tacked so tight, it goes directly into the butt line and it looks like there is a butt, because at the end of the day, everything about the albino female, anybody with straight hair, is a lie. They do not have that butt. It's because of all these tight pants that contours the fat in the bum that makes it look like they have a butt. When these pants come down, there's nothing there. Let's show you more pictures now. So here's another picture of the scrunch butt leggings or tights. They make it in different ways. All they do is that they make sure that they scrunch the middle of the pants right where you have the butt line right here, so it looks like there is a butt, because it goes deep into the butt line and makes it look like there is a butt because it's tight. They sew it in different ways, which like they firm it right around here, the butt line, all right, make it tight so it looks like the albino, anybody with straight hair female, the ugliest woman in the world, who are not human beings but demons, that they have a butt like a black woman, and they keep deceiving people. Their whole lives is full of deception. The Creator told everybody, stay away from them. Told black people, stay away. But they never heard. So as you will see in all the pictures that we're going to show you here, it's all albino females. You'll never find any picture of this scrunch butt leggings or tights worn by any black woman. Because why? A black woman naturally, all day, all night, has a butt. She does not need to wear a tight pant for you to see it. Most black women even try to cover it up because it's too much. It's all because of the skeleton, the genetics, as we've shown you earlier. So you understand the female pelvis, that the black woman's pelvis is different. The butt is because of the genetics, the skeleton, the pelvis, not anything else. So if all albino females can wear all these pants and do all the butt exercises that they tell them, all the elaborate exercises, they still won't have one. Because at the end of the day, as they get older, all the elasticity in the body keeps on weakening. The only thing they can conform to is doing some sort of plastic surgery or butt lift surgery that people like Kim Kardashian will do. But at the end of the day, you still have to take it out because it does not last forever. Here is more pictures of the scrunch butt leggings to see how they tack it right in the middle of the butt line and make it all tight so you get deceived, especially for stupid black men who are possessed of demons. They've been helping, black males have been helping the oppression of humanity to go on for centuries. They are the ones making white supremacy what it is. So here's an example. As you can see, it's tacked right in the middle. An albino female will wear this and think that they have a butt. You see how delusional they are? Trying to be human because they are not human. They know how a woman should look because this world was not created for them. They're trying to fit in. Let's show you some more pictures. Here's another picture that you'll find them in the gym wearing this. And people will get deceived. Oh, she has a butt. They've never had one. Because they are not human beings. If they are human, they would treat black people the right way. They would not treat animals better than human beings. They would go to Congress, to the president, and say, let's make a law that they hire 50% black people in all companies in the world to show that they are not racist. But they keep lying to you about prejudices, that when they call you a nigger, that means being racist. It's got nothing to do with that. Nigger just means black. So here you find them in the gym with these crunch butt leggings, working out, trying to have a butt. Working out does not make you have a butt. If you do not have the genetics for it, it will never happen. Black females don't work out to get a butt, but they do have one. Because why? It's genetics. Let's show you some more pictures. And here's another picture in which they tighten it around the bum line right here where you have the hips, and then they scrunch it in the middle and give you the illusion that they have a butt. But when these pants come down, there is nothing there. You're going to be absolutely disappointed. So do not be deceived. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, females, are not beautiful. They are demons. Any attraction that anybody has to them is because the person's mind is filled with demons, just like albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are possessed of demons and are demons while they are physically alive. And when they die, they become the metaphysical demons all around the world, which Satan uses to network the world and control it and torture people and oppress people. And black people have been helping, aiding and abating the oppression of humanity. They have demons in their homes, in their houses. They rear one, they marry one, and then they ask where all the problems they have come from. Look at yourself. You have a demon in your house, in the wife or husband or children that you've created with them. So we want to show you the actual view of the pelvis of a black woman so you can understand this clearly with a picture. Because if you do not understand this, all the scum of the earth albinos, the dirtiest, stinkiest, smelliest females, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, the women of Sodom and Gomorrah, who today try to look like a black woman by doing all the absurd exercises and wearing all sorts of tight-fitting clothing just to deceive you, especially black males, to think that they are human beings when they are demons, will not work. So we want to show you this with a very clear picture. So what you're looking at right here on the screen, right? This is the pelvis of a black woman. The reason why a black woman has a butt is because of the bone structure. That means the bones from the spinal cord, okay, from the spine is longer in depth. It has more depth and density. So if you're trying to have a visual of what we're trying to show you here, I want you to take a look at this black lady over here. What happens is this is the spine or the vertebrae. So this pelvis comes out, travels further, is extended from the spine such that you have this butt right here. This is what albinos, anybody with straight hair females, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, the scum of the earth, the children of Satan, who are not human beings, do not have. So the butt is not about the muscles or the exercises that you're doing for a woman who's not black. It's because of the genetics, the skeleton. That's the reason why black women have a butt and they do not need to work out to get one. So therefore, the pelvic bone of a black female is extended away from her spine, her vertebrae, to cause her to have this butt. So if you do not have the pelvis for it, no matter what you do as an albino female, they go around trying to deceive you that they have a butt. They'll never have one. Let's do two more comparisons of something very particular that you did not pay attention to, but you're going to pay attention to it now. So if that visual that we gave you of why a black woman has a butt was not clear enough, I want you to imagine the picture of this other black woman. You can see right here that this is the spine. You can see that the pelvic bone, which you see behind here, that's what you see right here, is extended outwards, giving the black woman a butt. It's not about working out. As this stupid albino, anybody with straight hair females do in the gym, and they've been lied to by society instead of telling them the truth. But they still go about believing their delusions and making everybody else believe in their delusions such that they can say right now, we have a butt. No, you don't have one because you don't have the genetics. You do not have the pelvis for it. It comes from the pelvis. It's not about working out. Don't be deceived by the tight clothing you're wearing and the scrunch pants that albino females are wearing and think that you have a butt. When those clothes come off, everything goes because it's an illusion, a delusion. So, like we said, there's something about the pelvis right now. The differences between black people and albinos, anybody with straight hair, which we have to show you, which you did not pay attention to. Because all this is trying to show you that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. So now that you've understood that the butt is because of the pelvis of a black female that has more extension, more thickness away from the spine as you're looking at this picture, you can see right here that the butt of an albino, anybody with straight hair female, the scum of the earth, the children of Sodom and Gomorrah, the children of Satan, who come from India, but today have no memory of where they came from when they came into North and South America via Mexico in the 1850s, and now claim to be originating from everywhere else except their home country in India, which Satan brought them out so that he can have more demons physically when they're alive and metaphysically when they die to control the world. Compare the pelvis now and you can see why they do not have a butt. There's no extension of this pelvic bone from the spine. That's why it's flat behind. But here with a black woman, you can see the spine right here and the pelvic bone extends further out. Now, one more thing that you did not pay attention to the picture is that with black people, black human beings, woolly-haired human beings who are not mixed, okay, who have not crossbred themselves with the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair females or males either, you will notice that in this pelvic bone of a black female, that there is no tailbone. Did you notice that? Now, even though you're looking at this screen right here and it looks like this is a tailbone, it's actually not a tailbone. It is the ending of the spine or vertebrae from the angle which this picture is taken. This is not a tailbone. You can see how short it is. But when you look over here at the albinos, anybody with straight hair females, do you notice how long the tailbone is? Or what they call the vertebrae of the spine. Can you notice the length compared to this? Because there's no tailbone here. There's no tailbone here for the black females. But over here, for the albino, anybody with straight hair females, there's a tailbone. Why do you think that is? Which beings in the world have tailbones? Animals have tailbones because they have tails. Black people do not have any tailbone. So anytime you have ever seen, let's say, a visual representation, which they show you the fertilization process of a human being and how the human fetus forms into becoming a human being, what they have been showing you are the fetuses of albinos, anybody with straight hair people who look like animals when they start forming, having a very long tailbone. It's not that of black people. Because Satan has been trying to lie to you. Using albinos, anybody with straight hair, females, and people, that black people look like them, covering up so you do not see that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings, but they are closer to animals than human beings in black people. That is why they do bestiality. They pet, they kiss animals. They love animals. They see an animal on the street or around their home. They give it food, they give it water, but they see black people in their neighborhood. They call the cops on you. They sleep with animals, sleep with your dogs, cats, and pets. Go around everywhere with them because they are closer in genetics, in their skeleton, to animals than human beings. That's why they treat black people so disrespectfully. So you can see here that every genetic of the albino, anybody with straight hair people, shows that they are not human beings, but you've been lied to. And today you know the truth. Look at the tailbone. Do you see how long that is? That is not a mistake. Look at the black people over here, pelvises. Look at the black people over here, their pelvis. There's no tailbone. That is just the ending of the vertebrae because this picture is twisted at a certain angle. That's why you're seeing it. Because if this picture was at the right angle, it should be straight all the way down. You shouldn't be able to see this tailbone. But here you are. Can you see how long that is? That is a tail. That is an animal tail. That is not human. But over here, these are human beings. Why did we go through such lengths to show you all this? We are showing you all this so you understand that all evil in this world came through a woman. It came through Eve because Eve listened to Satan. And the introduction of evil came into this world. Now, one thing you also have to understand is this. You can never, as a man, we're talking to real men here, and to be a real man, it means that you know the commandments of the Creator. So everybody listening and thinking that they are real men aren't real men because they do not know the commandments. They will only know the commandments if they get immersed into the concealed mystery of this world by getting our books and DVDs. So without that, they will have no understanding. So if you're listening and you got that, you have to understand this. You never are to subject yourself to a woman as a man in your private and your personal lives. All decisions have to come from you. Do you understand why that is? Let me make you understand something before we get into this any further. Satanism, evil, wickedness came into this world through a woman. Now, Adam was a high priest. The scripture says, which we have shown before on the former prelude of the shape of a world, that Adam was not deceived, but Eve was. Adam listened to Eve. If Adam, who was a high priest, did not listen to Eve, there would be no evil in this world. Because when you read in the book of Genesis, the Creator said, so you listened to your wife in Eve and ate of the tree of the knowledge of evil. Now, here's the funny thing that happened. Adam was a high priest. A high priest is in the image of the Creator. The world was made for a high priest. This is one thing people do not understand. If Adam did not eat of the tree as Eve offered it to him, there would be no evil in this world. But Adam totally forgot that he was a high priest. And he got carried away by the impulses of Eve when he saw her naked for the very first time. And Adam got carried away by the nakedness of Eve and ate of the tree of the knowledge of evil, which he was not supposed to eat, because his wife in Eve offered it to him. Adam, at that point in time, decided to neglect that he was a high priest, because if he did not eat of that tree, judgment would have passed on Satan on that day, and all these stories would have ended. Adam also forgot that as he was a high priest, that he gave birth to Eve. Adam totally forgot that and got carried away by the impulses that he saw when he saw a naked, fleshy woman for the very first time. He decided to make the wrong call and wrong judgment because he was not deceived. He decided just to choose to eat of the tree. So if Eve was corrupt, Adam also forgot that he, as a high priest, could have given birth to another woman because the woman came from the man. The Creator caused a deep sleep to come upon Adam, and from Adam came forth Eve. So that is why, as a man, you are not to subject yourself to any woman. Why? Let me give you another example now so you understand. Women naturally are always looking out for themselves. Now, why does a woman look out for herself? Because a woman is meant to continue the human species in creation. So she's always going to look out for herself so that she can fulfill that purpose in her life. So she's always going to be looking first out for her comfort so she can carry out the purpose of creating life in this world. But a man does not think that when we talk about men here, we're talking about real men. Okay? We're not talking about just because you look like a man, that means you're a man. We're talking about real men here. Okay? With real men think about everybody else in the picture. They want everybody else to be okay. But a woman does not think that way. She's thinking about continuing her genetics. She may not be thinking about it in her mind mentally, but her genetics will always be speaking for her that she should look out for herself. That's why women are so conscious everywhere they go, conscious of their surrounding, because they are looking out for themselves. They have to be alive to continue the species. So a woman in a leadership position will never ever be able to make the right decision or right call because her genetics are not wired to be a leader in any way, shape, or form. So if you as a man subject yourself to a woman, leadership in anything, your private and personal lives, is only going to lead you down to the path of destruction. But if you as a man make the right decisions, be the leader in your own personal and private lives, it will be good for you and it will be good for the woman that is with you. So we are not saying you should not love a woman, but make sure that you are the one making the decisions. Be the leader, not the woman. That is why feminism is preached in the world today. That is why the women are given jobs over men, because Satan knows that he can only lead creation to destruction through a woman. So he uses women to bring about evil continually in this world, especially the Moabites and Ammonites of today, who are all women of India, but today claim to originate from everywhere else. They are used to breed evil upon humanity. So you as a black male, stay away from the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair females, in the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, the women of India. Otherwise, they will lead you to their destruction. Look at their pelvises here. It's not a human pelvis. It's the pelvis of a demon that you've been keeping and going to. So Adam messed up in listening to a woman. And because of that, the corruption came into this world, and this is where we are today. So that is why it's very, very important that our high priest does not mess up. This world was created for a high priest. Everybody else living in it is living at the mercy of a high priest. This is what people do not understand. The world was made for a high priest. Everybody else living in it is living at the mercy of a high priest. So you either shape up or you're going to get thrown out. When the high priest takes that stand and says that it's time for it to be done. The world was made for a high priest. This is what people do not understand. Everybody else living in it is just living at the mercy of a high priest. And let's show you that in scripture so you understand. Now, a lot of people have probably read this story before, but they never quite understood it. And today you're going to understand this. So you understand that the world was made for a high priest. If a high priest messes up, the world is messed up. Adam messed up and the world was messed up. So it's very critical for a high priest not to mess up. That is why we don't have time for nonsense and bullshit anymore. It's either you shape up or you're going to the lake of fire. If you cannot understand what we're saying, then just follow the instructions. If you cannot follow the instructions, you're going to the lake of fire. So you've heard this story before, and we want to read it to you so you now understand. It is in Exodus chapter number 32, and we're going to be reading from the Greek Septuagint Bible. Okay? The story is this. When the remnant came out of Egypt, all right, during the Exodus, with other people who were not the remnant who came with them, they traveled to a certain place. We're not going to go into too much details on the location at this point. What happened there was Moses now left the remnant and went about a couple of days' journey to a mountain. But while he was there, the people who were not the remnant now started speaking to Aaron and everybody else and said that, where is Moses who brought us out? Okay? From Egypt down here. He has gone. We have not seen him. Let us now worship another god or gods per se, or the gods of Egypt. And now declare that everybody else should worship this since Moses is not right here anymore. So they spoke to Aaron, and Aaron now said, okay, bring out all your gold and silver and let's create a molten image of a calf, of any other gods of Egypt that you want, and you people can worship them. So that's what they did. And when they did that, the Creator now got angry and told Moses, the people, I want you to pay attention to the words. Let's show you that before we continue on. We're reading from Exodus chapter number 32, and we're reading from verse number 7. Pay attention to the words because people do not understand this, because I want you to understand today that the world was made for a high priest. Everybody else living in it is living at the mercy of a high priest. And you're going to understand this. It says here, and the Creator spoke to Moses saying, go quickly, descend hence, for your people, pay attention to the words, for your people whom you brought out of the land of Egypt have transgressed. The Creator did not say the people that I brought out of Egypt. He said the people that Moses brought out of Egypt. Moses was a high priest. So Moses was the one who brought the remnant out of the land of Egypt. Why did he do so? Because the world was created for a high priest. The high priest is the elite. The world has been surviving at the mercy of a high priest. So now you either shape up or you're going to get thrown out. Let's continue reading. So I want you to pay attention because people, when reading, do not understand what they're looking at. This is going to make more sense as we keep on reading. It says, they have quickly gone out of the way, which you command them. Did you see that? It says that the remnants got out of the way. They did contrary to what Moses commanded them. A high priest. Let's keep on reading. They have made for themselves a calf and worshipped it and sacrificed to it and said, these are thy gods, O Israel, who brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And now let me alone. And the Creator now said, oh my goodness, I want you to pay attention to this. The Creator said to Moses, a high priest, as if he was taking permission from him, let me now destroy these people. Leave me, let me go and destroy these people. The Creator took permission from a high priest because the world was made for a high priest. Until a high priest says it or utters it, it's not going to happen. Let's continue reading. It says, and now let me alone, and I will be very angry with them and consume them. And I will make thee a great nation. He said to Moses, I will kill all these people in the remnant who have done evil. But from you, I will make another nation. Why did he say so? Because the world was made for a high priest. It was not made for everybody else. That is why the wicked, the government of the world, call themselves the elite, because they know this truth, that they are just living in this world at the mercy of a high priest. And now you're hearing from one because we represent them. Either you shape up or you're going to get thrown into the lake of fire. That is it. Now let's finish this particular portion so you see. And it says, and Moses prayed before the Creator and said, wherefore, O Creator, art thou very angry with your people, whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt with great strength and with thy high arm. Can you see this? So I want you to see what Moses, first of all, the Creator tells Moses that it is the people you brought out and that you gave them the commandments and the laws that they should obey. And now Moses is saying to the Creator, you are the one who brought them out. Why is he saying so? Because when you hear from the Creator, you are hearing from a high priest. When you hear from a high priest, you are hearing from the Creator. The mind of the Creator and the mind of the high priest is one and the same thing. That is why Moses said so. But people will never understand this story until you hear from a high priest. And what did Moses do? It says here, Moses says, and Moses prayed before the Creator and said, wherefore, O Creator, art thou very angry with your people, whom thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt with great strength and with thy high arm? Lest at any time the Egyptians speak, saying, with evil intent he brought them out to slay them in the mountains and to consume them from off the earth. Cease from thy wrathful anger and be merciful to the breaking of commandment of your people. Remembering Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, thy servants, meaning high priests. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were high priests, to whom thou hast sworn by yourself and hast spoken to them, saying, I will greatly multiply your seed as the stars of heaven for multitude, and all this land which you have spoken of to them, so they shall possess it forever. So a high priest stopped the Creator from destroying the remnant at that particular point in time. Just like a high priest stopped the Creator from Lot being destroyed in Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Because the world was created for a high priest. The Creator only honors the voice of a high priest. He does not honor the voice of anybody else. So everybody living in this world is living at the mercy of a high priest. And the high priests have now said, because they have had enough, that this world should be destroyed. So it is going to be destroyed. So you either shape up or you're going to the lake of fire. If you do not understand what we're saying, follow the instructions. If you can't follow the instructions, you're going to the lake of fire.
Breaking news. The whole world is watching. The course of human history has changed today.
The ship appears to be stopping over Johannesburg City.
They're spending so much money to keep them here when they could be spending it on other things. At least they're keeping them separate from us.
How do your weapons work?
Coming to you from the entrance of District 9, the refugee camp set up to separate aliens from the general population.
They told me I was going to get a vest. Don't worry about the vest, it'll be fine. Any new agents? Open the door, please.
This is an amazing fight.
I haven't seen this type of setup. I don't know, this has got the markings there of, so it's definitely alien, but it's not a weapon.
We're seeing heavily armed forces being deployed into District 9.
Nobody really knew what this place was.
Find the freak.
It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be clean. Best of all,
It's gonna be quiet.
There's a lot of secrets in District 9.
So they keep painting these pictures for you of albinos, anybody with straight hair, trying to make you believe that is human. It's Satan doing all this. But they are not human beings. They are beings closer in nature to animals, closer in genetics to animals than human beings in black people. So why did we explain all this for you? We're explaining so you understand the nature of the albino anybody with straight hair. Angels were created to report to black people, to be subject to black people in making reports about what's going on in the world. I want you to ask yourself a question at this particular point in time. What are albinos very good at in this world today? They are good in creating gossip and reports. Why do you think the albinos, anybody with straight hair, gossip so much? Because they are taking after the genetics of Satan and angels, which were to make a report to Adam and to the Creator. So that's why the albino, anybody with straight hair, talks about anything and everything. They see you on the street. It's none of their business, but they make it their business. They are always making a report, either to the police, either to the authorities, or anything else around them. Why? Because it was the nature of angels to make reports. So since albinos, anybody with straight hair, are children of an angel in Satan, they continue in that same nature of making reports. That is why they gossip so much and can never mind their own business. Because why? They are demons. And this is what demons do. Create reports to Satan so that the world can be controlled. So therefore, this is why if an albino teaches you anything, you have a lack of understanding. You do not understand what you're taught. That is why through all the so-called sciences and everything about nature that we have been taught, we have so much misunderstanding, just as Satan has brought so much misunderstanding into the world, because Satan was not created to teach. He was created to report, make reports to Adam, a high priest. But that natural order has been broken, because when Satan corrupted this world, it became necessary that a corrupt leader should run it. And that corrupt leader is Satan. Do you understand now? Why did we say all of that? To make you understand, first and foremost, why albinos do not fit into natural order of this world. Everything they do is weird and absurd. They are acting in the opposite instead of acting like human beings. The second thing is this: because whomsoever you listen to, that's who you will become. If you listen to a confused person, you will also become confused. That is why the whole world is confused, because they have been listening to an albino, anybody with straight hair, try to teach them anything and anything at all. Let's take, for example, right now, something as simple as mathematics. Let's pull up a picture, right? This will be the very first time in your history that you actually understand mathematics, okay? Math is very, very simple. The reason why people do not understand anything, like we've said, is because they are listening to an albino, anybody with straight hair, teach them, who is not a human being. As we've explained, human beings should understand what other human beings say. So if you do not understand a fellow human being, it means this person is not human. So albinos have been trying to teach us everything. That is why we have not understood anything, because they are not human beings and they are trying to communicate to human beings. So in your history, in the educational system, you've heard about formulas, algebra, calculus, and any form of mathematical equation in history. Maths or mathematics is nothing but addition and subtraction. The reason why you do not know so, and you have shied away from mathematics, is because you have had albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, try to teach you mathematics or maths. Maths is nothing but addition and subtraction. Division is subtraction. Multiplication is addition in multiples. And you're going to see that today, so you understand that everything that we show you with facts. So you understand why if you do not hear the truth from a high priest, everything that you're hearing is a lie. So everything about maths is subtraction or addition. Why do we have to say this? Because for you to understand how computers work, they have made this fabulous lie that computers are very, very intelligent because they have taught you bullshit, okay? And actually imputed the logic of how things actually work, of how to do math correctly into a computer. Because albinos have been teaching you bullshit all along. So now it does look like the computer is smarter than you because they have programmed the right logic into a computer, but taught you all bullshit. Just like they teach you programming languages. That's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. The programming languages are just key presses that someone designed and said, if you key press this way, then the computer should make up this particular image or give you this particular answer. So what's the best way to explain this? Let's say, for example, that the whole keyboard, the alphanumeric keyboard, or let's say the alphabet keyboard that you have on the computer is lettered from A to Z. Programming languages means that someone sat down and said, if you press certain key presses on the computer, this is what the computer should show. Okay? Now let's say, for example, let's say you wanted to say, you wanted to type the word dog. Okay? Naturally, you should press D-O-G, okay, on the computer to type dog. Okay? But supposing someone had said that you cannot press only D-O-G to have the letter or the word dog on the screen, that you can press maybe Y-M-X-Z-Y or whatever other letter besides D-O-G and you will still get the same result. That is what a programming language is. It's just another way to get the same result instead of the standard way to get the result. I hope that is clear. Programming language just means another way to get a result instead of the standard accepted way to get a result. Okay, let me explain that further right now. Okay? To get one, okay? To get one from anything, it means that the number should be greater than 1. So what does that mean? 3 minus 2 is equal to 1, right? 5 minus 4 is equal to 1. 10 minus 9 is equal to 1. All that gives you the same result. So the programming language there is giving you different methods of getting 1. From that example that we just said, of 3 minus 2, which is equal to 1, of 5 minus 4, which is equal to 1, and 10 minus 9, that is equal to 1. So all those numbers still give you the same result, which is 1. But they are now different because 3 minus 2, 5 minus 4, and 10 minus 9 are all different programming language to get the same result. So, understanding a programming language is of no benefit to you. But understanding that for you to get 1, the number must be greater than 1 such that when you subtract it, you get 1. So do you see the difference on how people get confused? On how sciences are taught to us in a very confusing way. So in this same example now, we want to show you with maths on how a computer understands maths. So what you're seeing on the screen says, mathematic, we had to write this down. This is like a kind of manual that we're trying to maybe give to people. Hopefully we will put it in the shape of a world when we show you how to make a computer and how to make your own communication system. It says here, everything about maths is addition and subtraction. You can do any mathematical computation by addition and subtraction. Multiplication is addition in multiples. It's that simple. And we'll show you an example right now, but just continue, okay? Listening to us. It says, division is subtraction in multiple times. In the false pseudosciences which Satan has taught humanity through his children, they have used the words multiplication and division to teach a type of math that is not easy to grasp, instead of the fact that multiplication is addition in multiples and division is subtraction in multiples. So the way we are taught to use our memory instead of to understand. Understanding is key of how things work, because this is the only place you're going to understand it. The sciences of how things work, why things are the way they are. Otherwise, listening to anybody else, you will not get it. Now, like we said, every mathematical equation, doesn't matter what name they call it, they tell you the square root, all right? The square, all right? They tell you any sort of mathematical equation or function. It's all about addition and subtraction, nothing more. But because they haven't taught you so, when you see a computer produce results for you, do something to it, you think that the computer is smart. It's just like all your life you've been told, all right, that the color white is a color. But now you have heard that white means it's an absence of color. It's the same exact thing. So reading here from this little write-up, it says, we want to give you a multiplication example. So for example, if they said that you should do your multiplications in 2, a lot of people do not understand that 2 times 2 just means adding 2 twice. But they'll teach you to understand multiplication by you memorizing the multiplication tables. You're not supposed to be taught by memory. You're supposed to be taught by understanding. Understanding. So here is what you have to understand. Multiplication just means adding in multiples. Adding multiples of the same number together. That's why we have to write this down to show you, because just speaking about it, people may not hear it. So we give you a multiplication example right. He says multiplication example. 2 multiplied by 8 is equal to 16. If someone says 2, for example, let me just give you another example. If someone says, what is 2 by 64? You will have to remember your multiplication table to get the answer. Or someone says 2 by 15. You would have to use your memory to get the answer. But supposing your memory is bad, you won't get the answer. But if you were told that 2 multiplied by 15 means add 2 15 times, you have understanding that how to multiply 2 by 15 just means add 2 15 times. And what is the answer? Then you would understand it instead of trying to use your memory. So this is why the disconnect happens, because the albinos, anybody with straight hair, okay, have been teaching us who are not human beings. They don't remember where they came from. How can they teach you right? They were not made for this world. They were created by Satan as children of Satan. And Satan's work was to make reports. That is why the albinos, anybody with straight hair, gossip and talk about everything and anything. And everything is their business when it should not. So here it says, and let's just show you this. Multiplication example, 2 multiplied by 8 equals to 16. This requires someone to learn by memorizing the multiplication table and is not efficient in learning. The right way to have taught this was to say add 2 8 times, which is easier for someone to learn and know. So this is how you should be taught, by understanding, not by memory. Our memory is bad. Why? Because of all the inbred and crossbred food that we are feeding on, which is given to us by Satan, because we are not growing our own food. And our memory is bad. We are not able to recall anything. And Satan has been successful in running this world riot to the ground and sending everybody to the lake of fire because you have a bad memory. But if you have understanding, you do not need a memory. Do you understand what we're saying now? When you understand how things work, you do not need to memorize them. You just understand. So understanding is key. That is why a lot of people will hear the truth, hear the commandments that we try to show them, but because they do not understand it, they will go to the lake of fire, proving that they are children of Satan. Because children of Satan, the albino, anybody with straight hair, lacks understanding. They do not understand. They think they do. So anybody who does not understand is a child of Satan. You have to understand your world. You have to understand the truth and the commandments. Otherwise, you are going to the lake of fire. So continue on. Here it says, division example, 42 divided by 2. This requires someone to learn by memorizing the multiplication table and is not efficient in learning. So if someone said divide 42 by 2, you would have to sit down, all right, write it down on paper, okay, and maybe remember your multiplication table. And you have to actually physically write it down and then divide it to get the answer. But if you were taught this way, how many times can you subtract 2 from 42? You have understanding. That is the meaning of division. It is subtraction in multiples. So we continue reading here, and it says, this could have easily been taught as how many times can 2 be subtracted from 42, since division is a subtraction. And by being taught so, it's easier to subtract 2 from 42 and count the number of times that you subtract to get the answer. Understanding is key. So division is just subtraction in multiples. So how many times can you subtract 2 from 42? That is the simple way that you should have been taught in school. But you were not taught so because you were taught by a scum of the earth albino, anybody with straight hair who wrote the books, regurgitated what they were told and instructed to say. The very children of Satan, whose origin is from Sodom and Gomorrah, which the Creator destroyed, who later named their country after their father Satan and India, because every albino, anybody with straight hair, is from India, and they are not human beings. That is why they treat animals better than black people. You have never understood this. So continue reading. It says here, decimals just means the remainder left. So how decimals are really done is this. But for this particular example, we want to show you how decimals are created. It's very, very simple. If you were taught this way in school, mathematics, that everything about mathematics is just addition and subtraction. So division is a subtraction. Multiplication is an addition. All those so-called symbols and so-called equations of mathematics or physics or chemistry, it just means addition and subtraction and nothing more. People would have perfect understanding of real science, but you are taught all this complicated gibberish in complex equations, calculations, calculus, so on and so on, to confuse you, because you are being taught by Satan and his children in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who have no understanding. So they regurgitate nonsense to you and you become as stupid as them. So in decimals, we want to give you a perfect example. So if we say, for example, subtract, okay, let's use the word divide, because they like using that great word. Division is just subtraction. So let's say they say divide 8 by 7, okay? In the true sense of the word, it means subtract 7 from 8. How many times can you do it? It's going to be once. You can only subtract 7 from 8 one time, and you're going to have a remainder 1. Now that remainder is the decimal part of the answer. And then you add a point and you write the decimal point of the answer. But how do you write that? So from the remainder 1 that you got from dividing 8 by 7, which actually means how many times can you subtract 7 from 8? You take that 1, okay, and you multiply it by 10. And you do a subtraction of 7 from 10 to get the remainder or decimal part of the equation. So if you subtract 7, okay, from 10, you get 3. Let's pull up a calculator just to show you this a little bit more graphically, all right? So we have 2 calculators here to show you how this is done and how these people lie to you about everything. I mean, it's ridiculous. Why do they have to lie so much? Because they are being taught by Satan and their children, in albinos, anybody with straight hair, who do not understand anything. That's why we tell you that once you hear an albino, anybody with straight hair start speaking to you, you're hearing a fool speak. They have no understanding. They have no common sense. Once you understand that and that they are not human beings, you will start understanding your reality a little bit more better. Now, here's what happens. So they tell you in this particular example, 8 divided by 7, okay? The answer is going to be 1.14288. So 8 divided by 7 in the regular, okay, language which you should have been taught as 8 subtract 7, or you can say 7 subtracted from 8, which is equal to 1, right? 8 subtracted by 7, you have 1. It's the same as saying 8 divided by 7. The decimal portion right now, because remember, when you subtract 7 from 8, you have 1, okay? The question is, how many times can you subtract 7 from 8? Is 1 and 1 remainder. Okay? So that 1 remainder right here starts the decimal point, okay, of the equation. So they put a dot. Let's pull up another calculator and show you how this is written. So it will be far more easy as we go along. So remember, we started by showing you that everything in mathematics is really all about addition and subtraction, nothing more. Multiplication is just an addition in multiples. Division is just a subtraction in multiples, nothing more. It's that easy. Every mathematical equation, every symbol, every chemistry equation that you see, it's all about addition and subtraction. And chemistry is a total falsehood of something else we won't have time to explain, but maybe you will get a little bit of explanation in the shape of a world. But coming back to this right here, we just want to show you how the decimal part of an equation is derived, because at the end of the day, division is just subtraction in multiples. Okay, so we just started by showing you here 8 divided by 7, even though this is pretty small on the screen, but we hope that you can see 8 divided by 7, and it gave you the answer and the decimal part of the answer, right? And we want to show you that it's the same thing with doing a subtraction, because a division just means how many times can you subtract something from something. That's just what division means. So here you find out it's 8 minus 7, and the answer is 1 with a remainder that is 1. Okay? Now, here's what usually happens when you have that remainder. So when you have a remainder in a division, the decimal part of the answer, right? You'd put a dot. Okay? Now, what happens is 8 minus 7 is 1. You have one remainder, and you've been able to, as per se, divide 8 by 7 one time. So this is the one part that you get for that answer. The decimal point is showing you that this is the remainder from the subtraction that you did, which they call a division. Okay? So what happens is this: when you get, let's pull up another calculator now and do the small mathematical equation for you to see the decimal part of the answer. So we're still on showing you how division is a subtraction. Okay? 8 divided by 7 just means how many times can you subtract 7 from 8? Answer is 1, and you have one remainder over here. So this is one remainder over here. We want to use this part of the calculator to show you the decimal point of how it's done. So what usually happens is this: for the one remainder part, this is how the decimals are calculated. For how the decimals are calculated, what happens is this: they take that 1, okay, and multiply it by 10. So 1 multiplied by 10, you're going to have 10, okay? You subtract 7 from 10. How many times can you subtract 7 from 10? Is going to be 1. So you get this answer here, right? 1 over here on the first part of the decimal point, okay? And here's where you write it 1.1, okay? Now, when you subtract 10 from 7, how many remainders do you have? You have 3, right? So from the 3, you multiply it by 10. The decimal point, we're showing you how to get the decimal part of the answer, right? Is equal to 30, okay? Now, how many times can you subtract 7 from 30? You can subtract 7 from 30 4 times. And let's just pull up another calculator just to show you this, because these things are very, very simple. Let's do this. So now we have a calculator to subtract 7 from 30, because we're still on showing you how the decimal part of a division is gotten. Okay? 30 minus 7, you have 23. You've done it one time. Okay? 23 minus 7, you have 16. You've done it 2 times. 16 minus 7, you've done it 3 times. 9 minus 7, you've done it 4 times. So you have a remainder 2. Okay? That is where the remaining part of the decimal point of a division is derived. In this particular example, using 8 divided by 7. So you write down the 4 right there, and you have a remainder 2. Now, what do you do to the 2? You multiply it by 20. How many times can you subtract 7 from 20? It's going to be 2 times. So this is how the decimal part of a division is gotten, because everything in mathematics, is addition and subtraction. You do not need to know all the crazy formulas and all the crazy algebra and all the crazy calculus equations. It's very, very simple. Things are very, very simple because the Creator is a simple person. The world is simple. Satan added complexity to it so you do not understand, because Satan has no understanding. He was created to write reports. As albinos, anybody with straight hair who are his children, gossip. Gossip is creating reports, talking about everything and reporting back to the high priest in Adam. That was the function of Satan. Besides one other function which we're not mentioning right here, which we will share on the shape of a world. So everything about mathematics is subtraction and addition. So if you had known this, would there be any need for you to go to any school and spend the thousands of dollars that you have spent on your school loans, but refuse to spend a few $100s to get the truth because you like lies and refuse the truth that we share with you on Tricks of the S-Tray channel, and you think that is not worthy? That is how it works. So you do understand that the truth is not for everybody. Things are very simple, but until you hear from a high priest, your understanding is null and void. So in a few short minutes, we have spent the time to teach you real mathematics, which everybody has spent hundreds and thousands of dollars in schools of education and still do not understand it. We've taken the time to break it down in such very simple ways that you could understand that everything about the symbols, equations, formulas, calculus, algebra, and complex additions and calculations that you've been taught throughout your whole entire life in the schools of education, which you might have spent up to, like, say, 12 years to get maybe a bachelor's of science. We have spent less than an hour to explain that, and you understand it. And you did not spend any money on this video to get that free information. That goes to show you, as we have explained mathematics, such that you understand that everything about mathematics is just addition and subtraction. And you understand that clearly. Meanwhile, no albino, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth which you have looked up to, have never been able to explain it the way that we have, such that it is very simple and easy for you to understand, and you have not spent 12 years in an educational institution, just a few short minutes of your time listening to a video. What does that show you? It shows and proves that no albino, scum of the earth, anybody with straight hair invented anything. Because if they invented anything, they should be able to explain it clearly, as we have been able to explain it for you to understand. So therefore, the scum of the earth albinos, because human beings, as we've explained, should understand human beings. Albinos are not human beings. That is why black people have never been able to understand them, and they hate black people without a cause. They have heaped upon you lies, make you pay for pseudo education, and you're in debt because of that pseudo education. And they've made you work slave jobs, and you still do not know the mathematics. But here, all you wicked people listening to this channel have heard the truth, but you refuse to pay for it. But rather you spend thousands of dollars on everything else that's a lie, but refuse the truth that you hear. And you make excuses. What does that show you? You're all going to the lake of fire because you refuse the truth. So therefore, the introduction of making all this complexity about very simple things, because everything is very simple. But the whole idea of introducing complexity by Satan into everything, including the educational system and so on and so forth, is for the wicked public who are children of Satan, who are going to the lake of fire, to believe in the hierarchical structure of Satan's setup, such that you can worship a man and believe that some men are more intelligent than others, instead of the fact that all intelligence comes from the priesthood of the remnant, which the Creator created and made in this world, such that you would have all your questions answered. So the whole idea of complexity and all the lies that's going on in this world, in every single thing, is set up so the wicked can be destroyed. The lovers of albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, demons, so that they can all go to the lake of fire because they despise the truth. They do not want anything to do with the truth. They think they do. Because most people right now still think about the fact when we say that there is a priesthood, they just think it's maybe, just one of those things around the way. That is not possible. That anybody can obtain knowledge. I wonder how the people who have been doing research, how are those researchers who used to talk to us and say that they're going to go on and do their own research and get the truth? How is that research coming along now? For everybody who's been doing research, how is your research coming along now? Have you gotten any truth? It is because once you despise the truth, you are going to accept a lie, even when you see the truth right before you. So the whole idea of introducing lies and complexity into everything in our world is because Satan does not want you to know the Creator, because Satan knows how the Creator operates. He knows that he only functions through the priesthood. And if you cannot see the priesthood because they've made you to believe that everybody is intelligent or anybody can be intelligent or that some people are more intelligent than others, then you will not be able to see the Creator because you've believed in all this complexity in which certain intelligent people can explain it to you. So you deem those people as your gods, as the people that you listen to. In the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair. So all that is done so the wicked public will not learn about the Creator, but they will believe a lie and go to the lake of fire. And we are only here to make sure that we speed things up. Because as we've said on the Legends of Roll Call, if we used to have 500 years before this world ended, by us being available and present in this age as high priests, that time period has been cut in half. But the truth is this: we do not have 500 years left. And we will not tell you how many years we have left until you go after the truth, because we are quite short on time. And as we said, we are only here to speed up the process and make sure that all the wicked go to their demise in the lake of fire.
For millions of years, our planet has been floating in space. Millions of creatures have lived on its surface. Many a quaint being was among them, but they affected only our human imagination. For in the evolutionary struggle, we are the only ones who have obtained the advantage of reason. Reaching it was far from easy. Its origin dates back 20 million years to those fruit-eating creatures that lived in African trees called proconsuls. They romped about in trees far above terrestrial dangers, feeding on fruit and leaves. Depending on the species, they varied in size from the marmoset to the gorilla. They hardly cared about the world below. Proconsuls climbed about the branches on all fours and almost exactly resembled the modern-day macaque. Their upper and lower limbs were the same size. They moved leaning on open palms instead of bended fingers. Quite a few fossils of proconsuls have been found in East Africa. The skull was primitive, the brain small and rather simple, yet the comparatively small size of their muzzle and canine teeth suggests non-aggressiveness, one of the major features that led to reason. But 10 million years ago, a drop in temperature made the African jungle sparse, which rendered it impossible to move from tree to tree via branches. Forced to leave the trees, the descendant of proconsul, Ardipithecus, began moving on their rear limbs. Their feet were still prehensile, but with special arches that allowed bipedalism. The nearly complete skeleton of an Ardipithecus named Ardi proves that these creatures were able to walk, albeit not as easily as we do. The arms of Ardipithecus were knee-length, and the hands were half human and half ape-like. The first steps were taken to climb the next tree. Ardipithecus didn't want to leave tree crowns, their habitual homes. They were indeed the intermediate between humans and apes, as all of Ardi's features mediate entirely ape-like and entirely human features. But life moved on. Trees became sparse, and Africa turned into a boundless savanna. 4 million years ago, new creatures paced in the savanna, gracile australopiths. They were well adjusted to their new home. Their way of walking on two legs was not so different from ours. They gathered and ate everything, and were able to walk miles on end. They formed cohesive groups, which allowed them to repel any danger. Moreover, they were curious. Their skull was still ape-like, with an obtrusive muzzle and receding forehead. At first glance, it is hard to detect our features, but the head was held on the upright neck, the canine teeth got smaller, and the brain bigger. 3 million years ago, Australopithecus afarensis of East Africa evolved into the first humans. 2.5 million years ago, our ancestors crossed the Rubicon of brain size, 700 grams. The first representative of our genus, Homo habilis, handyman. He got his name for a reason. It was Homo habilis who was the first to make stone tools. These primitive choppers made from pebble with a few blows were still real tools for carving meat, whittling wood, defending from predators, and killing prey. Man was now armed. Life in the trees was left for good, and the savanna promoted forward movement. Perhaps our love for travel and exploration dates back to those times. The world was perilous, but intelligence made it possible to overcome difficulties. It was not power or aggression, but intelligence that protected the first humans. The skull of Homo habilis is very much like that of Australopithecus, yet the brain size was 600 to 800 grams now, 1.5 times as much as its predecessors. The face became smaller. Around 1.5 million years ago, a new species appeared, Homo ergaster, working man. They became the terror of the African savanna. Spears and stone tools were an unprecedented phenomenon. Even the fiercest animals weren't safe from harm now. Man became a hunter. Skeletons of antelopes and even elephants, surrounded by stone tools, have been found in East Africa.
So if you've watched the videos that we just played on evolution, because all through history we've been taught that man evolved from apes, chimpanzees, and monkeys into human beings. If you paid particular attention to those videos and noticed that when talking about these apes and monkeys, if you notice the hair on apes and monkeys as we've shown you, the hair on the apes and monkeys are straight fine hair like the hair of albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they are the ones in which these stories are really about. But you've been made to believe that it's talking about black people. For example, when you're looking at this image right here, this is straight fine hair, all right, which is the hair that you find on albinos, anybody with straight hair. Now, this story is the truth, but the truth is this: there's really no evolution per se. What happened was that albinos, anybody with straight hair, looked a certain way. They didn't look like apes and monkeys as this particular video or the history shows you, such like Charles Darwin telling you about evolution of species, that man evolved and that kind of thing. It never happened. It's just a diversion, because they do not want you to know that the people who change from looking like animals, who still cohabit with animals today, in the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, who are not human beings, that they look more human now today after the flood because of inbreeding started by the lineage of Ham. So this is how Satan tells you the truth. But you will not be able to understand the truth, because Satan is not a high priest. He's telling you a lie. He's telling you the actual truth of how albinos, anybody with straight hair, came into being through the stories of evolution. But everybody has been looking at the pictures and they never paid attention to the hair. That the hair on apes, chimpanzees, and monkeys is straight fine hair, just like you have on albinos, anybody with straight hair. Because they are not human beings, but they are demons. When someone hears that word demon, they're gonna scream. Demons just means not human. That's all what it is. So all the evolution stories that you heard, because for example in this video that we played for you, you would have heard when it says that the apes and chimpanzees and monkeys used to live in trees. And we already told you on the Prelude of Shape of a World, the video before this one, that there are no more trees in humanity. There are no more trees after the flood. All what you see as trees or called trees are actually herbs. Because the story is told to you in such a way that you will not understand it, because it's not coming from a high priest. Only a high priest can straighten out what you see and what you are looking at and what you hear, so you understand it. The stories of evolution is about albinos, anybody with straight hair, who now look human. because of inbreeding, because inbreeding weakens black genetics. It makes it easier to be mixed with any other thing. So when you look at albinos today, you think they are human. They are not. As we said, they did not look like apes, chimpanzees, and monkeys before the flood. That is a diversion. And we are going to show you what they really looked like when you get to the shape of a world. Movies, a lot of Hollywood movies have been showing you what albinos, anybody with straight hair, looked like before the flood. But a lot of people have watched and did not understand what you're seeing. And if you think that we're going to mention those movies for you right here, we are surely not going to do so. But on the shape of a world, you will get the whole truth of what albinos, anybody with straight hair, actually looked like before the flood, before inbreeding in the lineage of Ham brought them to look like the human beings, or if you want to call them human beings that you see today. They are not human beings. That's why everything they do tries to fit into humanity by copying black people. That's why they are copycats, because they are not original. So it's such a shame that, black people, shame on all black people who have procreated with albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are demons, created children who are demons, and then they keep wondering where their problem is from when you have a demon in the house. Because your history has been hid from you by the very people oppressing you and albinos, anybody with straight hair. You can imagine that in today's world, in the pandemic, the so-called false pandemic that they created, okay, and call it COVID-19 or whatsoever. If you go to a gym, they stop you from drinking water. The very same thing that the scum of the earth albinos, anybody with straight hair, did to the remnant when they came out of Egypt. They refused to let them drink from their streams or even buy water from their streams and rivers and food, so they would die. They still continue the same practice. And this is who you have been living with, raising children for. An albino, anybody with straight hair, a demon. Black people have been doing this. So black people are the source of their own problems, because the Creator told them, stay away from these demons, which he came to destroy in Sodom and Gomorrah, and did so. But two escaped in Lot with a black man, and now brought about all albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Moabites and Ammonites, the scum of the earth that we see today. And they have brought upon us the end of the world. They have lied to you about everything. Every single thing that comes out from their mouth is a lie, because they are not human beings. They are demons. And you, as a black person, been procreating, married, sleeping, raising children with one. And then you wonder where your problems are coming from. It's right in your house. You have a demon with you, but you did not know that. And meanwhile, you're going around trying to find where the demons are. And they make such stories as exorcising demons when you have one right inside your house, living with you, a husband, a wife, children. So the evolution stories was really about albinos, anybody with straight hair, not black people. That is why all the pictures they showed you them having straight hair. And the only people who have straight hair are albinos, anybody with straight hair. And if you did not hear this truth today, you still wouldn't know the truth, and you would still be under a spell. Because only the Creator can tell you the truth. And when a high priest speaks, it is the Creator speaking. When you hear a high priest, you're hearing the Creator speak. And the high priest only comes from the remnant, because they are the only bloodline that can trace themselves back to the Creator, and not this fraud that Satan created after corrupting the world through a woman and Eve, through feminism. So hopefully in the next prelude of Shape of a World, because the prelude that we are doing, this prelude series, is a filler, because there's so much information packed. We're not going to be able to go through everything. So that's why we're making the prelude, so that you understand what you will get when you get to the Shape of a World. But in the next prelude, we'll talk about prayer. It's very, very important that we address this issue once and for all publicly, so everybody understands that the Creator has never answered anybody's prayer He has never done so for a very long time. And we'll tell you why when we get to that particular prelude of Shape of Our World. Then we will disclose that information. So if you've had any miracles or any answers to your prayers, it has been Satan doing so and not the Creator. So the Creator has not answered anyone's prayers. So if you've been having any answers to prayers or any miracles, it's all been caused and arranged by Satan through his network of demons in both albinos, anybody with straight hair currently living, and the actual demons, which are the white souls of albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth, the children of Satan, who have now metaphysical bodies, being the minions and the network of Satan, to keep on making this false reality for you to believe that he is actually the Creator. So the Creator has never answered anyone's prayers up till now. And on the next prelude of Shape of a World, we'll get to explain that fully. Now, saying all this, after everybody has come to discover the truth about the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, whose origin is from Sodom and Gomorrah, who came from India into North and South America in the 1850s via Mexico, who now have a memory loss of where they came from because they are not human beings, but they are beings. We really, really wonder if anybody is playing the Legends of Roll Call and the Prelude to the Shape of Our World boldly across other channels so that other people get to hear this. We are sure there are very, very few doing that. Because why? People love their demons. They love albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the other man. So they're not doing it. They're not doing it. I can guarantee that they're not doing it. But it is what it is. Okay? At the end of the day, you like the truth, you love the truth, you do the truth, or you don't do it. It's not gonna change the fact that it is the truth. And speaking about that, we really wonder how Biden is doing at this point in time. Okay, let's continue with the prelude to the Shape of Our World. So, whenever you see an albino, anybody with straight hair, which you now know as the Moabites and Ammonites, or the Sodomites and people of Gomorrah, whose origin is from India, who named their country after their father in Satan, and yet today have lost memory. All of them have lost memory simultaneously across the board when they were all immigrated into North and South America in the 1850s from India, but today claim origin from everywhere else. The scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, all have uniform memory loss. Act weird, act stupidly, have no common sense, don't fit into humanity, do those things that black people sit down and look and say, because they are not human beings. You have seen them today looking human because the inbreeding process started in Ham, has weakened black genetics. So when you weaken black genetics or when you weaken anything, it is easier for you to mix and blend in. That is why Satan spoke to Ham to start the inbreeding process, such by the time that he would make children with the lineage of Ham, there would be no strong black genetics to show what albinos, the scum of the earth, anybody with straight hair really look like. Because if you were to see them, what they looked like before the flood, none of you would approach near one, all the black people in the world who go around procreating with albinos. And shame on all of you for doing that. So therefore, we want to show you now, so it doesn't just look like we are talking, because everything we say, we present facts to you on why the remnant were not supposed to mix with the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture, because they are not human beings. We want to show you with scripture on why the Creator had to tell the remnants to separate from them. And if you are a remnant, as we explained on the Legends of Roll Call, you have had children with a scum of the earth albino, anybody with straight hair. We told you what to do. If you are a black person trying to follow after the Creator, and you have children by an albino, anybody with straight hair, we told you what to do on Legends of Roll Call. Go and watch it again. But for now, we want to show you that albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Moabites of Scripture, the Ammonites of Scripture, who come from India, but today claim to be from everywhere else, are not human beings in any way, shape, or form because of their nature, their genetics, and what they do. Shows you every day. So what you're looking at on the screen is Numbers chapter number 25. And we're reading from the Greek Septuagint Bible, and we're reading from verse 6. We did present this particular portion on the Legends of Roll Call to you, but we did not show you the visuals concerning this. So you should understand the passage perfectly and clearly. In this passage, in Numbers chapter number 25, verse 6, it says that a remnant brought an Indian woman. Because today, every albino, anybody with straight hair, they all come from India. In this particular portion of the scripture, they decided to change the word so you wouldn't know. They used the word Madian. Okay? But you can still see that the Madian right there still has Indian, because you can see D-I-A right there. It's India. Madian, Indian. So this is how they changed and flipped scriptures and wrote albinos, anybody with straight hair, into scriptures for black people to accept them, because the black people of ancient times knew that they were not supposed to inbreed with demons and devils who are albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth. You've heard this before. They say the white man is the devil. It is literal. The white man is the evil. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, are the evil of this world. So it says here, and behold, a man of the children of Israel came and brought his brother to an Indian, a Moabite, an albino, anybody with straight hair woman, before Moses and before all the congregation of the remnant. And they were weeping at the door of the tabernacle of witness. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the high priest, saw it and rose out of the midst of the congregation and took a javelin in his hand and went in after the Israelite man into the chamber and pierced them both through, both the Israelite man and the woman through her womb, and the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. Now, here's one thing I have to make you guys understand at this particular point in time. Why the learned elders of Zion worship Satan. We explained this on the former prelude to Legends of Roll Call, but we want to make another explanation here so everything becomes clear. Every time the Creator, seeks the death of a person for being wicked, if there is not a man to do it, Satan will do it, because Satan is the angel of death. So I want you to understand that. So if a creator is angry at a man and starts seeking the death of that man, if there's no man to do it, to kill that man for being wicked, Satan himself will do it. Now, the learned elders of Zion, who run the remnant, because they have kept the history of this world and the history of Satan, whom they worship as their father, whenever they had seen Satan kill a man, more of them got to believe that Satan was the creator, instead of the fact that Satan is the angel of death. So I want you to see how people are confused. Because every time the creator sought the death of the wicked, if there was not a man to do it, Satan will do it, because Satan is the angel of death. So immediately the creator speaks and says, I want this man's death. Satan hears it because he's the angel of death, and he will go into action if there is no man to fulfill the creator's desire. So that is why a lot of people, even though they know the truth, worship Satan, thinking that Satan is the creator when he's not. But getting back to this scripture right now, let's show you that inbreeding, the culture of a woman, because we were explained on the Legends of Roll Call that you find a lot of albinos, anybody with straight hair women, do orgies, left, right, and center, sleep with everything. They are the orgy people of the world because it is their culture and tradition. Like we said before on the Legends of Roll Call, when an Indian man, an albino, anybody with straight hair, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, their origin from Sodom and Gomorrah, they are Lot's daughters, who named their country after their father in Satan, India. Whenever the man took a wife, okay, another scum of the earth albino females, which black males have given their strength to, by giving their strength to their enemy to oppress humanity, as we explained on the Legends of Roll Call. When an Indian man took a wife, a scum of the earth albino, stinkiest, dirtiest smelling woman of all time in the world, he slept with the woman and made his brothers also sleep with them. And this was the act that the remnants did, which warranted the death of this man by the hand of a high priest in Phinehas, when he brought an Indian, scum of the earth albino, anybody with straight hair, who today go by every name other than the name that they are all from India, to himself and to his brothers. As it says here in verse chapter 6 in Numbers chapter number 25, and behold, a man of the children of Israel came and brought his brother to an Indian woman, an albino, anybody with straight hair, scum of the earth, known in scripture as Moabites and Ammonites, before Moses, a high priest. We want to show you with facts so you see it. So when we say that albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human, they have tried so long to fit into humanity, but they are not human. That's why they do not fit. That's why everything they do is weird, because the only thing that they can do is gossip and make reports, because they are demons, because this was the function of angels to man. So albinos, anybody with straight hair, continue on this path to be gossiping about everything, making everything their business. Why? Because they are demons making reports to Satan, and they are not human beings. So we're not going to leave any form of links on this particular articles. You can go on your search engine and just type polyandry. Polyandry means the marriage of one woman to several brothers. This is how inbreeding, okay, is shortened in 2 generations instead of the normal 4 generations which it takes for someone to become an albino from being black. As we read here, it says polyandry in India, it says, refers to the practice of polyandry, whereby a woman has 2 or more husbands at the same time. And we have given you this information before, that it is in scripture, in which it says it was fabricated, because it's not actually true, that the creator went to Samaria and met a woman who had many husbands, because they had fabricated the New Testament and fabricated so many other books into the Old and New Testament to make you believe in white supremacy, so you would not see that the evil before you. Albinos, anybody with straight hair, who hate black people and rather sleep with dogs and animals, because they are closer in nature, in genetics, to animals more than human beings, which are black people. We've shown you that by the hair, that the hair on sub-Saharan Africans represents that they are human, because you find no beings and no animals in this world have that kind of hair. So it goes on to say here, as we read on, that polyandry in India refers to the practice of polyandry, whereby a woman has 2 or more husbands at the same time, either historically Pay attention to the word. Either historically, because these are the people who brought every kind of devices into this world, every kind of evil practice. And the Creator warned every black person, the remnant, stay away from them. But today, black people have crossbred with albinos, anybody with straight hair. That is why when you find that straight, shiny hair on a black person, it means that they have the genetic of crossbreeding with albinos, anybody with straight hair, the scum of the earth in their genetics, passed down by what their parents did. So it goes on to say, polyandry in India refers to the practice of polyandry, whereby a woman has 2 or more husbands at the same time, either historically on the Indian subcontinent or currently in the country of India. All albinos still practice that today. Their women do the most orgies. Do black people do orgies too? Yes. Why do they do it? Because in their lineage, in their genetics, they have crossbred themselves with the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair who are not human beings but demons. That is the meaning of a demon. It is an albino, anybody with straight hair, because they are living demons in physical form, and when they die, they continue with their work of being demons, making reports, talking about everything, oppressing humanity. So you can see it says currently in the country of India. An early example can be found in the Hindu epic Mahabharata, in which Draupadi, daughter of the king of Panchala, is married to 5 brothers. So let's show you pictures now. So here on this particular page, you can see right here, young woman in northern India takes turns sleeping with 5 husbands who are all brothers. Inbreeding, the very first commandment which the Creator said, which they changed so that you would not know. You can see the pictures right here. One woman having 5 brothers as a husband, which you have read before in scripture, which was imputed by the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, when they came into world power during the Ottoman Empire. Let's read further down. So when you see albinos, anybody with straight hair, do orgies, it doesn't sound strange to you. It is in their genetics. And any black people who do so have the genetics, because they have crossbred themselves with albinos, anybody with straight hair in their lineage, which the Creator told them not to do. It goes on to say here, a young woman in northern India is taking brotherly love to a new level. It's not something that's new. It's always been there. That's why all albinos, anybody with straight hair, do a lot of orgies, but pretend that they do not. The dirtiest, stinkiest, smelliest people. Inbreeding. It says Rayo Verma has 5 husbands who are all brothers, and she sleeps with a different one every night. Let's scroll further down. She says initially it felt a bit awkward. No, it's not awkward. This is what is in their genetics. You can only do what your genetics have always been doing. People do not understand how genetics work. We try to explain that on The Remnant. It says, initially it felt a bit awkward, she told the Sun newspaper, but I don't favor one over the other. The 21-year-old Verma is also not sure which one fathered her now 18-month-old son. Orgies, inbreeding, abomination, the very first commandment. So here's the picture of the lady right here. And let's blow this up so you can see it very well. So this is the picture. This is the face that you see on every so-called Mexican, fake Mexicans, because they are not the real Mexicans. The real Mexicans are still alive, but they do not know that they are the real Mexicans, because history has been changed to make us believe in white supremacy. So this is the face you see on every Mexican. We've shown you this before on the Legends of Roll Call. The Latina, that black people all go, woo, I want a Latina. They are all from India. There is no such thing as a Latina. They are all from India. And before India, they came from Sodom and Gomorrah. They are demons. They are not human beings. We'll explain that more on The Shape of a World. So therefore, every time that you've been seeing or hearing the word demon, it's been right before you. In Moabites, the scum of the earth albinos. That's why they hate black people and love animals, which we are going to show you. It's part of their culture to sleep with animals. They live with one inside their homes. Kiss it, pet it, sleep with it. It goes on to say here in this article, Verma and first husband Gudu were united in an arranged Hindu marriage 4 years ago, but she has since married Baiju, Santram, Gopal, and Dinesh. Baiju is the oldest at 32, while Dinesh is the youngest at 19. The 7 of them live in one room in Dehradun. Orgies all night, inbreeding. He says, we all have sex with her, but I am not jealous. First husband Gudu told the newspaper, we are one big happy family. You can only act and be your genetics. Evil produces evil. Orange trees produce orange trees. That is why no matter what you say to some people about the truth, they go back into their wicked ways. Because why? They are evil. Example in a fellow called Mazi. He's from Africa, and he knows when he listens that we're talking about him right here. They cannot change their minds because they are children of Satan. No matter what you tell them, they still go back to doing and believing and thinking the former way that they used to, doing the same practices that they have always done. Why? Because they are evil children of Satan. A good tree cannot become evil. An evil tree reproduces evil. A pineapple reproduces pineapples. It does not change to oranges. This is the greatest secret that's been hid from the world. Because why? The children of Satan need to go to the lake of fire. So they have to believe a deception. They have to believe that they can be good so that they can go to the lake of fire. Because evil does not change. It goes on to say in this article, Verma married the 4 brothers in support of an ancient tradition called polyandry. According to the Sun, it's not ancient, it's still very much practiced today. But today they call it orgies. It's inbreeding. The first commandment, which the Creator told everybody not to do in the remnant. Now let's show you the practice of bestiality. Sleeping with animals, which albinos, anybody with straight hair do today. They live, eat, and sleep with animals because it is in their genetics. We've already shown you. They are closer in nature and genetics in their skeleton to animals more than human beings who are black people. That's why they look weird. If you never knew so, you know so today. So in this article, before we shift to show you the bestiality part, we just want to show you that this is a tradition and a culture. It says here, my mother, still talking about these people here, the scum of the earth albinos who inbreed. Okay? It says, my mother was also married to 3 brothers, so when I got wed, I knew I had to accept all of them as my husbands. She says that her mother also was inbreeding just like her, a tradition and culture. I sleep with them in turn. We don't have beds, just lots of blankets on the floor. I get a lot more attention and love than most wives. Isn't that what people say who practice inbreeding in what they call orgies? Alright. So here is the tradition and culture. This is why you see all albinos, anybody with straight hair, love animals, sleep with animals, kiss, wash and shower. Terrible things. They like that animals lick them on their face. Because they are all children of Satan, closer in nature, in their genetics to animals than human beings. That is why they have straight, shiny, fine hair, just like all animals do, which we have shown you time and time again. But here we want to show you that it is a practice to marry and sleep with an animal. by the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Moabites and Ammonites of scripture. The cost of the creator, because they are not human beings. It says here, marrying a pit bull tree dog in a crazy Indian wedding custom. If the bride is Manglik, she is made to first marry a peepal tree or a dog. Goodness, did you see that? And here's the picture and image right here. This is the face of every Latina, the white man, the Caucasian, which you have been adoring, demons, marrying a dog. This is a dog laying right here. Let's blow up this picture so you see it clearly. So that's the picture, clear as night and day, marrying and sleeping with a dog. So this should not come as a surprise. Remember, you can only do what your genetics allow you to do. As we've shown you, albinos, anybody with straight hair, are the worst athletes in the world because they are not human beings. They are trying to fit into nature. That's why they copy black people. Everything a black person does, they try to do like them, try to talk like them, try to act like them, try to walk like them, try to dress like them, try to be like them. They are women now who go about buying all these fake, contorted, tight shorts and wearing to deceive you that they have a butt like a black woman, when they do not know that it doesn't matter the exercise that you do. You can't have the butt of a black woman because you do not have the genetics, the skeleton of a black woman in the pelvis. We'll leave you with a picture on the screen to see that. But here, right now, you can see with your eyes that this is culture, this is nature, this is natural to the scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who all come from India but today have lost memory. Because why? They are all run by Satan, controlled. They are on pulley strings. Anything Satan wants them to do, because they are demons, children of Satan. Angels were created to make reports to human beings. That is why all albinos continue doing the same thing, in gossiping and talking about everything, making everything their business except the truth. So I want to show you how they write all these stories and lie to you, so you do not know that the evil before you, the demon before you, albinos, anybody with straight hair. It goes on to say here, hence the woman is first married to a tree or an animal to ward off the evil effects of the curse of her human husband. Can you believe that? Isn't that twisted? They are not human. They are the evil. And every black person who has co-joined themselves with them have brought upon us the end of the world. It goes on to say the husband has no such traditions to fulfill if he's Manglik. A simple religious ceremony resolves the issue. That is a lie. Where was this husband born from? Was he not born of a woman, of another Indian woman who slept with an animal like this? Okay. We wanted to show you one more article before we continue right here, to show you that everything that you read in the New Testament on a culture and tradition is not a culture and tradition of the remnant. This is all Indian scum of the earth, albinos, anybody with straight hair culture. Like the washing of feet. You've probably heard when you read in the scriptures, right, that the Creator's feet was washed by Mary Magdalene or any other woman right there, and then she used her hair to wipe his feet and dry it. This is an Indian culture. It never existed. That never happened. It was fabricated into scriptures. So I want you to see this right here before we continue. It says feet washing. This is a very common tradition across different cultures in India. While some have the tradition where the bride's parents wash the groom's feet, others make the bride herself wash his feet. Washing the feet of the so-called Jesus, fabricated into scripture, is an Indian culture. It never happened. Because albinos, anybody with straight hair, were written into history. They are the children of Satan. let's continue with the Prelude. When you think about communications or making a phone call, you have to think about electricity. That's why we started this whole prelude of the series trying to make you understand electricity, that whenever there is electricity, there is magnetism. So whenever there is magnetism, there is electricity. So remember this. So when you are making a phone call, think about it as a broken wire, all right, trying to transfer electricity from one point to another. But because there is a break in the wire, the electricity can now only be transferred through electromagnetism. Once you understand that, then you understand the whole lot about communications, computers, and everything else. So that's why it's key for you to understand how electricity works. So what usually happens in a communication system is that the phones, which is a wire that's broken, instead of conducting electricity by using wire, it's conducting electricity by electromagnetism or magnetism. We already explained what alternating current is. Alternating current means current that reverses its flow. So when you make a phone call, what usually happens? You talk and the other person responds. So what happens now? You have an alternating flow of electricity. Electricity is going back and forth. And remember what we told you. If you have to make an alternating current flow, it requires that you have a pump. So that is why a two-way communication requires two batteries, which is the pump. So you have to understand this. So all these things are very, very simple and easy. But because you've been taught bullshit all your life by albinos, anybody with straight who have no common sense, reasoning, or logic, they cannot explain these things for you to see. So, for example, we've been told so many lies such that there is such a thing as a satellite in the sky. There is no such thing. There are no satellites in the sky. All you have are the same communication towers which you see, all right, on cell phone communications placed higher up on mountains such that they can be able to have more distance, more angular distance to send electromagnetic waves, which is just the transfer of electricity in a broken circuit. That's all what it is, communications. Now let's pull up a picture to show you that more. So here is a picture of a cell tower. All the satellite communications in the world that you hear, whether it be Dish, Direct TV, or any satellite communications, it's being transmitted by these towers, by this particular antenna that you see on top. So what usually happens to be able to transmit over long distances, communication devices like this, you need to have repeater cells. What does repeater cells mean? Because a lot of people hear that and do not understand. All right. So a cell is an antenna which covers a particular space. That means, for example, if you have this particular antenna, let's say within the vicinity of, let's say, a state like Virginia, or let's say a city in Virginia or any other city, is going to cover it for a certain distance. That means you can get the signal of this tower if you're maybe between 10 miles of this tower. After 10 miles, you need to put up another tower to take this signal, all right, and transmit it for another 10 miles. So that is what it means to have a cell tower. It just means an antenna covering a specific distance. So I want you to imagine now that everybody on Tricks of the S Trade is able, okay, to create such antennas, because this antenna is pretty high. It can be created very high in the sky. You have to set it up on a mountain or make it very tall. But you do not need to make it this tall if you have more of these smaller, shorter antennas. Does that make sense? More of them, smaller, close by. It doesn't need to be this tall. So that is how communications actually work. So everything that you're getting from your satellite television, Dish, Direct TV, is all coming from this. There are no satellites in the sky. Nothing is flying in the sky. All the communications whatsoever come from this antenna like this. Or let's show you a different one. So this is where all the communication that you have in the world comes from this kind of antennas. That's all. So this is an antenna, but people looking at it will not know. All you need to know is that it covers a certain distance. After a certain distance, you need to put up another antenna to pick up the electromagnetic, all right, radiation that's coming from this antenna to another antenna to repeat that signal. So once you understand electricity and that electricity produces magnetization, okay, or magnetism, and that communication is just a broken electrical circuit. Instead of transmitting information through wires, it's transmitting information through magnetism because the circuit is broken, because the wire or circuit is broken. Then you understand how things work. So there are no satellites in the sky. There is nothing but electricity either being transported through an electrical wire or a broken wire, which will now force magnetism to be transported or transmitted such that you can get sound signals and any other information that you need. But if you have been listening to all the explanations on how things work from an albino anybody with straight hair up till now, which you have paid thousands of dollars in your educational system, you would never understand this. Because as we have said, the scum of the earth albinos, anybody with straight hair, are fools. They have no common sense. They are doing the work which Satan was told to do to Adam, which was to create reports, make a report. That is why albinos, anybody with straight hair, gossip and do not mind their business. They report on anything and everything around them because they are still doing the work which Satan, their father, was supposed to do. And they are his minions. So before we leave, we have to answer one very important question so people understand a couple of things. For every black person in the world who has straight hair, when we say straight hair, we have to make you understand the difference between albino hair, which is straight and fine like animal hair, because they are closer in nature and their genetics is closer to animals than human beings, because this is the secret that has been hid from all humanity. They started by telling you lies that black people are animals because they were covering up for albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are literally animals because they resemble animals in their hair, which is straight and fine, like all animal hair, which we have showed you before on the previous Prelude to the Shape of a World, and which pictures will still run through as you're listening right here. Their hair is closer in resemblance to animals because they are not human beings. Only black people have black hair. So when you find any black person who has the hair of an albino, because here's one thing you have to notice the difference. The hair of all albinos is shiny in nature. Okay? If you look at the strands, it's very shiny. Why is it shiny? Because it has lost a lot of. We're not going to go into explaining more than that because you find that information in our book. So, the hair on albino is straight and shiny. With black people's hair, the strand is not straight and shiny. So once you see any black person have straight and shiny hair, it means that they, in their generation, in their lineages, have crossbred with albinos, anybody with straight hair, which they were not supposed to, because albinos, anybody with straight hair, are not human beings. So why do we have this picture on the screen? First of all, here is a black albino, all right? And here is a proper albino, okay? Why did we have to show you the differences? Because we want to show you that when black people inbreed, based on this picture, because albinism comes from inbreeding, when black people inbreed, the hair on their head is still distinctively black hair, even though it's weaker, can be easily straightened and water will pass through. But when you look at it, you will still see the semblance of black hair. Why is that? Because we want you to understand that all straight hair in black people comes from albino when they have this type of hair, which is straight and shiny, which you see on all albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they are not human beings. So if you find any black person with straight, shiny hair, even though they have gone through albinism by inbreeding, that means black people who inbreed are people who sleep their fathers, mothers, cousins, siblings, aunties, second cousins, and cousins. That is inbreeding. The children will come out looking this way, and we call this a first. You will only get the further explanation of that in the book, The Concealed Mystery and Origins of a Depressed Black People. So for people who've always been curious about why is it that albinos in black people, which this child is, because this is a black Negroid albino, as you can see right here, the hair on his head still has a semblance, even though the hair is weaker, will accept water more. The texture still shows you that this is a black baby, a black person. So straight hair, straight fine hair, present in humanity, present in black people today, all came from crossbreeding with albinos. Anybody with straight hair, the children of Satan, who are not human beings. So what you need to understand at the end of the day is that inbreeding produces albinism. Okay? We are all black. Inbreeding produces albinism. Crossbreeding of black people with albinos produces straight hair. So any black person that you find that has the hair of an albino means that he or she has been crossbred by their parents in generations to have the straight hair of an albino. Because all straight hair is not the hair that the Creator made. It came from albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are the children of Satan, who brought straight hair into humanity. Straight, fine, and shiny hair. Because black hair does not shine. Except you put water and some oil, or you put it through some sort of chemical process to make it shine. The hair does not shine because black people are humans, and no being in this world has hair like black people. But with albinos, anybody with straight hair, they have the straight fine hair which you find on all animals. So let's go through some more pictures one more time. Here's another black albino. You can still see that the hair is still black hair in texture and appearance. Here's another black albino. The hair is still black in texture and appearance. So, if you have learned anything today, you're beginning to understand what you're going to find out on the shape of a world. And if you do not get an invitation to the shape of a world, it means that we have found out that you did not obey the instructions, the commandments. You went ahead and acted like a high priest and have passed the information as you deem fit to yourself, because you think that Christianity told you to preach and teach, doing Satan's work and not allowing the high priest to pass the information correctly. And you're now responsible for so many souls getting the wrong information, which is what Satan has done, such that all his children, in both black and albinos, anybody with straight hair, will go to the lake of fire. Because black people were not supposed to follow Satan, but they do. Whosoever you listen to is who you become. If you listen to Satan as a black person, you have become his child when you were not supposed to be. So the reason why humanity has been lost is because they have been listening to the children of Satan teach, and they haven't been able to teach them anything that they could understand, because the Creator gave human beings understanding. If you lack understanding, it means that you are a child of Satan. That is what the scripture says. And you will only get that understanding from a high priest. And that is what you're hearing as we speak. So there is something that we have to end this particular prelude to the shape of a world on. And that's trying to explain to you what it means that the Creator knows everything. Some people get into the idea that everything is set and determined. Everything is set and determined because the Creator knows all the possible outcomes, all the possible variables that anybody can make. It does not mean necessarily that He knows exactly what you're going to do. So the best way to explain this is this: using a computer. When a computer is made, it is made with certain variables and inputs that it can accept. And if you know the certain variable inputs that it can accept, then you know the possible outcomes that it can give to you, or the possible outputs per se. So what's the best way to explain this? Think about this. If you have a car manufacturer, okay, who manufactures a car, the car that he manufactures, he knows everything about the car, all the possible things that the car can go through. What is its limits? What are its limitations? So he knows every possible outcome, but he does not know exactly what the car is going to do on any given day. He knows all the possible outcomes of it. So let's say, for example, right now, if you make a computer and all the possible inputs that the computer can accept is 200 inputs, and all the possible outputs that you know it can give out is 200 outputs, it does not mean that the Creator knows exactly which input that the computer is going to accept to give an output. It just knows that if it does any input and gives any output, it's going to be, all right, within the 200 possible inputs that it can accept to give 200 possible outputs. So the Creator is not around trying to make it look like that He has set you on a particular course. That means everything that you do, it's already been programmed that you will do it. He knows because you only have 200 variable inputs and 200 variable outputs that you will give. So that's what it means. So Because people always get into the idea that everything has been preset and determined. No, it's not preset and determined. The Creator just knows that these are all the choices that you have, and these are the possible choices that you make out of all those choices. That is what it means. So we said all this to make you understand this. Every decision that you make in your life, you are responsible for it. You'll be held responsible for it. Now, someone can influence you. Let's say you have friends that do coke or heroin, okay? And you hang around such friends, okay? And the friend influences you to take coke or heroin or any hard drug, right? The decision to take the drug remains with you. But your friend will be held responsible for influencing you to take the drug. That is how the Creator looks at things. So if someone is responsible for any problem or putting you in a situation, as the kings of this world are responsible for influencing you to make the wrong decision, they will be held responsible for making you to make a wrong decision. But you will be held responsible for making the decision yourself. Because at the end of the day, if anybody does influence you, the decision to do whatsoever you do is done by you. You eat your own food. You take your own showers. Somebody can tell you to take a shower, but at the end of the day, you are the one taking the shower. You are the one living your life. Someone can tell you how to live it, but you have to live it. So you still will be held responsible for how you live your life. And the person who influences you will also be held responsible. That is how it works. So always remember that you are responsible for all the decisions that you make. So always have sound thinking. Do not use your emotions. Your emotions will always lead you to do what is wrong, because you are allowing yourself to be influenced by society and Satan through your emotions. Have sound thinking in whatsoever you do, which means have understanding with everyone and with anything that you do. And with that, we leave you with these words. Always look with your eyes, but see with your mind.
And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet, that brought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beasts, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And Satan, the devil, the evil, the wickedness, the lying, the organized mind that lies and deceives the nation, that deceived them that was cast into the lake of fire, in the kingdom of this world. The lake of fire, which burneth with brimstone, which is the lava and volcanic explosions that you see everywhere, where the beast and the false prophet, the world president, worshipped and endeared by the public today, even though not knowing that this is their false prophet and world president, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever in the lake of fire that burns and they will not be consumed, but will burn for all eternity. And this, every lineage of the false prophets of the world president believe. And they say it openly, that they do not believe that the Creator can make you burn in a lake of fire for all eternity for free will that they gave you. But in their minds, they know that the free will that they're talking about is the free will to do evil and wickedness upon humanity, and the wicked public worship and endear and love this man, the world president, false prophet of Satan, but it's not revealed